Chapter 68. At night, after Yushu finished today's homework at Qing Zhang's place, she told him about her plan to work in Tihan. She didn't expect Qing Zhang to scold her with anger. "You didn't learn well when I was teaching you. You went to that place to learn small subjects just for some money. You're so useless." Yushu secretly rolled her eyes and comforted him. "Master, don't worry. I won't forget what you teach me, but I also have to support my family. You know that I'm living in someone else's house now. I'm not like you, who can eat and drink for free. I still have a younger brother staying in the Ji family. I'm counting on earning money to bring him out to live a good life." Qing Zhang said angrily, "Bastard, who said that I'm eating and drinking for free? It's them who are willing to support me." Fine. It's them who support you, but no one supports me." Yushu reached out to pull Qing Zhang's sleeve and said sincerely, "When I earn money and have the ability, I'll support you myself. I'll buy you good food and clothes and be filial to you. Don't you like to eat chicken feet? At that time, I'll buy chicken feet for you to eat with wine every day." Qing Zhang was comforted by Yushu's words, but he said stubbornly, "When did I like to eat chicken feet? Do you think I don't know how many ants the chicken bones you threw under the tree in the yard attracted?" Being stared at by Yushu with a "don't pretend" look, Qing Zhang blushed and glared at her. He took his sleeve out of her hand and waved his hand, saying, "If you want to go, go. Don't blame me for not teaching you well when you can't learn anything." Stingy Shifu, Yushu giggled and quickly reached out to grab the white beard on his chin. She jumped back 2 steps and turned around to run out of the room. She heard Qing Zhang scolding her in exasperation, "Stinky girl. You pulled off 2 strands of my beard again. Where did you learn this bad habit?" The next day, Yushu and Chao Zixin went to Vientiane Street to meet Pei Jing. With him around, there was almost no need for Yushu to say anything. Pei Jing was experienced and knowledgeable, while Chao Zixin was eloquent. It was the first time these 2 businessmen met, but they chatted happily and completely ignored her. However, the content of their conversation was mostly about business, so Yushu listened with great interest and did not disturb them. When it was almost noon, the 3 of them went to a nearby restaurant to have a simple meal. Chao Zixin paid the bill. Yushu felt very bad, so she could only silently note it down and return it to him in the future. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, when it was time to leave, Chao Zixin seriously said to Pei Jing, "My little brother is still young. In the future, if there is anything he does not understand, I will have to trouble Mr. to give him advice." Pei Jing chuckled and nodded readily. He had a wealth of experience in reading people and very much admired Chao Zixin, a young man with an extraordinary appearance and excellent conversational style. His tone was rather courteous and 70% sincere as he said, "Today's chat with Zixin was very enjoyable. I will call you out for a drink another day. Don't refuse." Chao Zixin replied with a smile, "My pleasure." Pei Jing then turned to Yushu and said pleasantly, "The Taiheng Chamber of Commerce is at the north of Vientiane Street. You can find me there tomorrow morning." Yushu replied, "I will have to trouble Mr. Pei in the future." Pei Jing modestly waved his hand and said goodbye to the 2 of them. The 3 of them parted outside the restaurant. Pei Jing left first. It was raining outside. The 2 of them came out with umbrellas. Yushu looked at the gradually disappearing street and said to Chao Zixin, "I want to go to the Kong Yi House's library to copy books. Where is brother Chao?" Chao Zixin looked at the rain and said to her, "I will go with you." Yushu stood there motionless and looked at him with a hesitant expression. "What is it?" Yushu said hesitantly, "To go to the 2nd floor, you need to spend 10 taels of silver to buy a tablet. Why don't you go back first?" She couldn't let Chao Zixin go to the Yi house and wait for him downstairs. She didn't think she was so shameless to make him wait for her for 2 hours. But to go to the 2nd floor and buy a tablet, Chao Zixin didn't study Yi house. What was the point of wasting money with her? 10 taels of silver was not a small amount. It was the income of 10 days of fasting. Hearing that she was worried about his money, Chao Zixin smiled. Do you think I am as stingy as you? Let's go. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the Kong Yi house. Yu Shu was 2 steps behind him. She wanted to say something but she didn't have enough confidence. After a few steps, she couldn't help but smile. Chao Zixin went to the hall to buy a tablet. Yu Shu was waiting for him at the stairs with 2 umbrellas. She looked up at the 2 huge red cloud knots hanging on the pillar in front of her. She was lost in thought when she suddenly heard a cold voice. What are you doing here? Yu Shu lowered her gaze and saw the handsome young man who had appeared in front of her without her noticing. She furrowed her brows. She clearly knew that he was just a child and shouldn't be so calculative with him, but this didn't stop her from hating this ungrateful brat. If it weren't for him, she and little Xiao wouldn't have gone through such a dangerous adventure last time and almost lost their lives. She turned her head and directly ignored the young man in front of her. Today, Shuewenjia had come to the Kong family's shop to look for a book that was missing from his maternal grandfather's library. After entering the shop, he saw a person standing at the corner of the staircase. Although the person was dressed like a boy, he easily recognized Yu Shu. After more than 20 days, Shuewenjia's mood was quite complicated when he saw Yu Shu again. He was surprised and annoyed at the same time. There was also a bit of happiness suppressed at the bottom. He rushed up to talk to her without thinking. But this bad girl dared to ignore him. Shuewenjia couldn't hide his joy and anger. He immediately sneered, I heard that you were beaten for a mistake and driven out by the Ji family. I thought you starved to death outside. It seems that you are alive and well. What are you doing here? Yu Shu had never seen such a blind person. She obviously ignored him but he still talked so enthusiastically. I'm asking you a question. Are you deaf or mute? The more Yu Shu ignored him, the more annoyed Shuewenjia became. He impulsively stretched out his hand to push his shoulder. But before he could touch him, his hand was caught by someone. Young Master Shui turned his head and saw that it was a young man who was half a head taller than him. He was wearing a green robe and was dressed appropriately. Just as he was wondering where this person had come from, he heard Yu Shu, who had ignored him earlier, call out sweetly, Brother Chao, are you done buying? Shuewenjia had a problem with his ears. Yu Shu was young, and a 15-year-old girl's voice was crisp and clear. Everything she said was tactful and pleasant, and she didn't deliberately add sugar. Shuewenjia looked at Yu Shu and then looked at Brother Chao. His face darkened and he tried to twist his arm. But his wrist was pinched tightly like a pair of pliers. He couldn't break free no matter how hard he tried. He couldn't help shouting angrily, let go. Chao Zixin loosened his grip and let him go. He looked at the angry young man and frowned slightly. He asked Yu Shu, this is? Yu Shu casually said, he used to study in a private school. She thought for a while and added, I'm not familiar with him. Chao Zixin, oh. Shuewenjia, exclamation point. Yu Shu was thinking about the book upstairs. She didn't have time to deal with Shuewenjia, so she said to Chao Zixin, let's go upstairs. The books here are expensive. But you can copy it for free if you buy the paper. As long as you don't damage it, it's fine. Chao Zixin went to the hall to buy a book plate. Yu Shu was waiting for him at the stairs with 2 umbrellas. She looked up at the 2 huge red magic cloud knots hanging on the opposite beam. She was lost in thought when she suddenly heard a cold voice, what are you doing here? Yu Shu lowered her gaze and saw the handsome young man who had appeared in front of her without her noticing. She furrowed her brows. She clearly knew that he was just a child and shouldn't be so calculative with him, but this didn't stop her from hating this ungrateful brat. If it weren't for him, she and little Xiao wouldn't have gone through such a dangerous adventure last time and almost lost their lives. She turned her head and ignored the young man in front of her. Today, Shuewenjia had come to the Kong family's shop to look for a book that was missing from his maternal grandfather's library. After entering the shop, he saw a person standing at the corner of the staircase. Although the person was dressed like a boy, he easily recognized Yu Shu. Seeing Yu Shu again after more than 20 days, Shuewenjia's feelings were quite complicated. He was both surprised and annoyed, but he suppressed his happiness at the bottom, so he rushed to talk to her without thinking. But this naughty girl dared to ignore him. Shuewenjia was young and couldn't hide his emotions. He said sarcastically, "I heard that you were beaten for a mistake and driven out by the Ji family. I thought you starved to death outside. But it seems that you are alive and well. What are you doing here?" Yu Shu had never seen someone so ignorant. She had ignored him, but he still talked so enthusiastically. "I'm asking you a question. Are you deaf or mute?" The more Yu Shu ignored him, the more annoyed Shuewenjia became. Impulsively, he stretched out his hand to push his shoulder. But before he could touch him, his hand was caught by someone. Young Master Shui turned his head and saw a young man who was half a head taller than him. He was wearing a green robe and was dressed appropriately. Just when he was wondering where this person came from, he heard Yu Shu, who had ignored him earlier, call out sweetly, "Brother Chow, have you bought it?" Shuewenjia had a problem with his ears. Yu Shu was young, and a 15-year-old girl's voice was crisp and clear. Everything she said was tactful and pleasant, and she didn't deliberately add sugar. Shuewenjia looked at Yu Shu and then looked at Brother Chow. His face became gloomy. He tried to twist his arm, but his wrist was pinched tightly like a pair of pliers. He couldn't break free no matter how hard he tried. He couldn't help but angrily said, "Let go." Chao Zixin loosened his grip and let him go. Looking at the angry teenager, he slightly frowned and asked Yu Shu, "This is?" Yu Shu casually said, "I used to study in a private school." Then she added, "I'm not familiar with it." Chao Zixin, "Oh." Shuewenjia! Exclamation point. Yu Shu was thinking about the book upstairs. She didn't have time to deal with Shuewenjia, so she said to Chao Zixin, "Let's go upstairs. The books here are expensive, but you can copy them for free if you buy the paper, as long as you don't damage it." Chao Zixin reached out and took the 2 umbrellas in her hands. He handed her the brand he bought and followed her upstairs. Shuewenjia stood at the top of the stairs and looked at the 2 people who didn't put him in their eyes at all. His lungs were about to explode. His eyes were red and he said, "Mouse you used to be around me all day long. How dare you say that you are not familiar with me?" Yu Shu stopped and suddenly began to regret bringing the Lu family to save this gigolo that day. Every time she met him, nothing good happened. He was simply like a ghost haunting her. "Young master, please be careful with your words." Chao Zixin turned his head and looked at the young man downstairs. He was unhappy and felt uncomfortable in his heart. What did he mean by being around me all day long? What did he mean? Didn't Ashu say that he was not familiar with me? Shuewenjia was usually very polite, but when he saw this man who talked to Yu Shu so intimately, he became angry and provoked. "Who are you?" "I am talking to Mouse Yu, do I need you to interrupt?" Chao Zixin raised his eyebrows. He was not a young man who didn't know the world. Of course, he could hear a trace of jealousy in the other person's words. He felt it was ridiculous. Not to mention that he now took care of Yu Shu as a friend. Even if he really had other feelings for her, it was not the turn of this young man to provoke him. He was about to speak, but he heard Yu Shu's voice, "Brother Chow, go quickly, ignore him." He turned his head and saw Yu Shu pointing at his head and winking at him. "This person and this place are a bit, you know." Looking at her funny expression, Chao Zixin couldn't help but laugh. He didn't have the mood to argue with the young man and nodded his head to follow her upstairs. The two figures disappeared at the corner of the stairs. Xue Wenzhou was left alone there. He was full of anger but had nowhere to vent it. When he was about to chase after them, he was stopped by a servant who arrived later. Young master, where did you go just now? I was looking for you for a long time." With this servant's interruption, Xue Wenzhou calmed down for a while. Recalling his behavior just now, he was so embarrassed that his neck turned red. He didn't know what happened to him. He wanted to talk nicely, but when he saw that bad girl, he couldn't help but want to get angry. "Forget it, I will spare him today. And that man, his face is full of flirtatious. At first glance, I know he is not a good person. But that mouse you still calls him Brother Chao. Tomorrow when he goes to school, he must ask you Xiaoxiu who his sister is with." "Young master, where are you going? Don't you want to buy books?" "No, I am going back." "Young master, slow down. The road outside is slippery. I will hold an umbrella for you." The master and servant ran out one after the other. Chapter 69. It's evening when Yu Shu and Chao Zixin come back from Wanxiang Street. It's raining lightly. The door of Zhao Hui's courtyard is half open, and the smell of food sneaks out. Yu Shu takes a deep breath and praises loudly, "What is Aunt Hui cooking? It smells so good. Wash your hands first. One dish will be ready soon." Zhao Hui's hearty voice comes from inside. "Sister, it's raining. Why are you going out?" Hearing Yu Shu's voice, Yu Xiaoxiu comes out of the kitchen with a pile of bowls. His mature face is much rounder. This scene of returning home is like the memory from many years ago. It makes Yu Shu feel dazed for a moment. Hearing the sound of the door closing behind her, she smiles and strides over with the umbrella. "I went to do business with Brother Chao." "What business?" Chao Zixin says, "It's a good thing. Ask your sister to tell you after dinner." He closes the umbrella and goes to the water tank to scoop half a basin of water. He carries it to the eaves and waits for Yu Shu to put the things down. Then he asks her to come out and wash her hands. When she is done, he hands her a clean towel to wipe her hands. Zhao Hui is a good cook. Not only can she make wonton, but she also cooks 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes tonight. She gets fresh bamboo shoots and a plate of shredded pork with bamboo shoots. It looks red and green. It tastes as good as the Mid-Autumn Festival dinner that Yu Shu had at the Ji family. Yu Shu and Yu Xiaoxiu eat happily. Zhao Hui feels full just by watching them eat. She smiles from ear to ear. Chao Zixin occasionally puts food in Yu Xiaoxiu's bowl, but he doesn't take care of Yu Shu. After dinner, the rain stops. They go out to wash the dishes. They squat by the water tank and whisper to each other, "Sister, Brother Chao said before dinner that you have something good to do. I found a job to settle accounts in a big chamber of commerce in the city." "Ah. Chamber of Commerce. Can you do it?" "I'm learning while doing." I'm so smart." "What can't I do?" "Guess how much they pay me every month." Yu Xiaoxiu curls his lips at her first sentence, but he still guesses cooperatively, 50 cents of silver. He knows that when his sister worked with Chao Zixin, she got 10 copper coins a day. That's 3 taels of silver a month. Since it's a big chamber of commerce, she should pay more. Yu Shu shakes her head, puts down the bowl, and shakes 2 fingers at him. 2 taels. That's not bad. Big chamber of commerce. Not as generous as Brother Chao, Yu Xiaoxiu thinks. Idiot, it's 2 taels of silver. 2 taels. Yu Xiaoxiu raises his voice. That's right. Afraid that Yu Xiaoxiu isn't surprised enough, she complacently adds, this is the first time. When I'm almost done learning, they will give me 5 taels of silver a month. What do you think? Isn't your sister amazing? Splash, the rag in Yu Xiaoxiu's hand falls into the water. He can't close his mouth. The biggest money he has ever held was only 2 taels of silver. But now, Yu Shu told him that she can get 5 taels of silver a month. Sister, you're not bragging, right? If you don't believe me, you can ask Brother Chao. Yu Xiaoxiu stands up and runs into the house. After a while, he runs out excitedly and squats down next to Yu Shu. Like a little monkey, his 2 round eyes look at her without saying a word. Yu Shu recognized the look in his eyes. It was the look of worship that she had often seen on Yu Lei's face. She felt a burst of joy in her heart. She leaned over and touched his forehead. She said intimately, "When I get my pay, I will buy you new clothes and shoes. I will also buy a good brush and ink for you to use." Yu Xiaoxiu scratches his head. "I'm a boy, so I'm not that particular. Sister, you can keep it for yourself." Yu Shu looks down at the worn-out cloth shoes on his feet and the corner of his trousers. Her heart feels sour. Her little brother has a very strong self-esteem, but he has a hard life. Staying in the Ji family, he gets cold looks from everyone. Every day, he goes to the Sanju study house to attend classes. Among a group of well-dressed young masters and misses, he is dwarfed by them. This adds a bit of inferiority to his personality, and he always likes to lower his head in front of strangers. His smile is lifeless at this age. If he still smiles at this age, in another year or 2, it's hard to guarantee that he won't lose his spirit. Before that, she has to let him live a happy life. After washing the dishes, it's already late. Although Yu Xiaoxiu is unwilling to leave, he obediently lets Chao Zixin send him back to the Ji family. Zhao Hui boils a big pot of water and takes a bath with Yu Shu. The 2 close the courtyard door, blow out the oil lamp, and go to sleep. The next day, Yu Shu and Zhao Hui get up early and set up a stall on the street. Then, she goes to the Taihing Chamber of Commerce alone to look for Pei Jing. After asking about the 2 of them, Yu Shu finds a magnificent clubhouse on the north side of Wanxiang Street. She meets Pei Jing at the gate. After greeting him, Pei Jing leads her to the backyard and finds a clean room behind 2 rows of houses. He gives her a stack of slightly moldy old account books and a brand new abacus. After explaining to her for about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, he is asked to leave. By the time he remembers Yu Shu at noon and comes back, Yu Shu is already done with the account books. "You finished reading all of them?" Pei Jing is shocked. He forgot to tell her that he is going to let her read them for 3 days. "Yes, are there any more?" Yu Shu is too embarrassed to say that she finished reading them an hour ago. There are no other account books in the room, so she secretly practiced her calligraphy. Pei Jing is afraid that Yu Shu is bragging, so he frowns his brows. He is a little unhappy in his heart, so he took an account book and handed it to her. "Did you read this one?" Yu Shu only took a glance and nodded her head. It's about the rice harvest and business in Huainan in the 8th month of the Xinci year. "Oh, I saw that there is an account that I didn't calculate, so I broke the corner of the book." As she speaks, she flips through the book and handed it to Pei Jing. "Here it is. There is a place that I didn't calculate properly, so it is empty." Pei Jing lowered his head to take a look. There was indeed a small corner there. On the account book, there was a blank space that was missing. It was not calculated clearly. It was deliberately left unmarked by the experienced accountant. If he did not flip through the pages carefully, he would not be able to see the problem at all. This child had really read the entire stack of accounts in detail. This discovery made Pei Jing surprised and happy. He is also a little ashamed because of his doubts. Ahem, not bad. Pei Jing clears his throat. It is almost noon. You go home and eat first. Come back in the afternoon. Yushu touches the bag on the table and shyly smiles at him. I brought food. It is too far to go home. Can I stay here for lunch? Pei Jing hesitated. Originally, he wanted to be strict with Yushu for a few days, but this child had already exceeded the scope of his expectations. To be honest, he really didn't know what to ask of her at this time and a half. Then you stay here. There is tea on the table. After you finish drinking, call the servants in the yard. Someone will come and fill it. Okay. Pei Jing leaves with his hands behind his back. He leaves the door open and goes to the window. He turns back and looks inside through the half-open window. He sees Yushu taking out 2 palm-sized dry cakes and a booklet from her bag. She goes to the table and pours a cup of tea. She nibbles on the dry cakes while flipping through the booklet. She doesn't waste any time. She is a successful person. Pei Jing has such a thought in his mind. He nods and walks away with satisfaction. He thinks that he will ask someone to bring a soft couch over tomorrow so that the child can have a place to lie down when she is tired at noon. In the afternoon, before the sun sets, Pei Jing lets Yushu go home. He has no choice. In the afternoon, he took the abacus to test Yushu and showed her the unique skill of beating a red goose. He wanted to shock her. He didn't expect that the child asked him to beat her twice. After only 2 tries, she learned the original and gave it to him. She didn't even make a mistake. As a result, he was the one who was shocked. This child had learned too quickly and was too worry-free. On the contrary, Pei Jing felt a sense of frustration. He had originally wanted to nurture their relationship through teaching, but now, she had learned it on her own before he had even taught her. If this continued, wouldn't she be able to find the wrong account the day after tomorrow and start working the day after that? Fortunately, there is one thing that can comfort Pei Jing. Yushu's writing is too slow. She writes 1 stroke at a time. She doesn't have enough pauses. She can't even be considered neat. It can only be recognized by others. The accountant has many good handwriting. Pei Jing's semi-cursive writing is very natural and unrestrained. He naturally looks down on Yushu's poor handwriting. He repeatedly asks her to go back and practice writing. When the accountant leaves, he sends a letter that he has been teaching her writing for the whole afternoon. Yushu doesn't know Pei Jing's depression. In order to get the standard 5 taels of silver as soon as possible, she deliberately shows off today. However, she still appropriately hides her shortcomings. She doesn't dare to show too much, lest Pei Jing become suspicious. Take the pile of account books in the morning for example. She looks through them and finds at least 5 mistakes, but she can only point out the seemingly marked gap to him. She pretends not to see the rest. As for the calculation, she can only blame herself for being itchy and can't help learning from him. Fortunately, she is unfamiliar with the pair of double abacus. She dials the wrong number twice before she finds the correct position. Yushu leaves the headquarters of the Chamber of Commerce and first goes to Changmen Street to find Zhao Hui. From a distance, she sees Yu Xiaoxiu helping Zhao Hui clean up the dishes and chopsticks. She doesn't feel strange. Since Xiaoxiu found her place, he runs to Zhao Hui's place every 2 or 3 days to help her do chores. Zhao Hui is happy to have a child to accompany her. At first, she refuses to let him do any work, but later, she can't resist the boy and slowly lets him do it. Yushu understands in her heart that Yu Xiaoxiu is helping her repay Zhao Hui for taking him in. Such a sensible and precocious brother, how can she not feel distressed? Zhao Hui stands by the stove and wipes her sweat. When she sees Yushu, she calls Yu Xiaoxiu and says, "Xiaoxiu, put the things down. Your sister is back. You two play by yourselves." Yushu and Zhao Hui say hello. Seeing that there are not many guests, they choose a table and sit down. She beckons to Yu Xiaoxiu. Yu Xiaoxiu puts down the rag and sits down opposite her obediently. Sister. Yu Xiaoxiu's eyes flick away. He thinks about what Shuwenjia asked him in the morning. He makes up his mind not to tell his sister. Have you finished your homework for today? Yu Shu doesn't find his abnormality and asks him about his homework as usual. I have. Oh, by the way, this is for you. Yu Xiaoxiu pauses, takes out something from his arms and hands it to her. When Aunt Lu cleaned up the room, she found it under your bed. In his hand, he was holding the yellow stone that Taoist Jing Qin had given her a month ago. It was round and round. I thought I lost it. Yu Shu takes it and rubs her palms. She suddenly remembers that she hasn't gone to see Jing Qin for a month. She doesn't know if the little Taoist priest Bai has spent all his money. Will he sleep hungry in the plum forest again? Chapter 70. Yu Shu had the idea to visit Jing Qin yesterday. The next afternoon, she took the time out of the Chamber of Commerce and went straight to the plum forest in the east of the city. The plum forest was between Wanxiang Street and Changmenpu Street, so there was not much wrong walking. The plum blossoms by the river bank had long withered, and the clusters of plum trees bore small yellow-green fruits. It was very gratifying. Because people had gone to admire the apricots in April, the plum blossoms that were out of season were neglected, and there were not many people by the river. Yu Shu walked around the forest twice, but she did not see Jing Qin. She secretly guessed that he had left, and she could not help but feel a little disappointed. It was not easy for her to get to know such a powerful Taoist priest, but before she could find out anything about Mount Longhu, he had disappeared. He did not even say goodbye. She regretted it so much. Yu Shu swung a branch that she had picked up from the ground in frustration. She lowered her head and walked back from the bridge. She did not notice a white shadow passing by on the surface of the river. A few dragonflies skimming the water flashed from the other side of the river into the plum forest behind her. Xiaoyu. Yu Shu took a step, the wind blew, she thought it was an auditory hallucination. She turned her head, she saw the end of the bridge that she had just walked past. There stood an elegant white figure. He looked at her with his sleeves crossed. It was Jing Qin. Who else could it be? Yu Shu was delighted. She threw the branch and trotted over. Hero Jing Qin, you didn't leave. Jing Qin shook his head. I'm not done with my business yet, can't leave. Did you come to find me? Yu Shu nodded. Yes, I came to see you. To see if you're starving to death, she added in her heart. Jing Qin's sword-like eyebrows furrowed, then he let go. With a slight smile, he weakened the spring breeze on the river. A grown man, why was he smiling so nicely? Yu Shu complained in her heart. She also grinned foolishly at him. His gaze swept over her body. He stopped. If she remembered correctly, the few times she saw him a month ago, he was wearing this white robe. Until now, he was still wearing this robe. Apart from the fact that the color was a little gray, he really couldn't see any difference. Could it be that he only had this set of clothes? You haven't changed it in so long, have you? This is my sex Daoist robe. I have 3, it's dirty. Hearing Jing Qin's serious answer, Li Changshu was stunned. Only then did Yu Shu realize that she had blurted out her last thought. He quickly feigned ignorance and tried to salvage the situation. You still have clothes. I've never seen you carry a parcel. Do you think you Taoist priests don't need to change your clothes? Jing Qin said, there are servants washing clothes at the mountain gate. Since it will be changed the next day, but when he was away from home, many inconveniences. We can only make do with it. He was a man who liked cleanliness. Out of helplessness, he could not change his clothes frequently. He could only soak himself in cold water in the river outside the city every night. It was so dust-free. Yu Shu could hear the helplessness in his voice. He blurted out, why don't I help you wash it? After saying that, he wanted to slap her. How could a girl offer to wash a man's clothes? Even if the other party was a Taoist priest, she could only look at Jing Qin, waiting for him to refuse. All right. Follow me. Jing Qin turned around. He walked into the forest. He missed Yu Shu's stiff expression. As it turned out, a hero was also a human. A Taoist priest was not an immortal. Jing Qin flew down from the tree and opened a package. He took out 3 gray robes and gave them to Yu Shu. Thank you. Yu Shu took them with a dry smile. She wasn't in the mood to shout at his lightness skill. She rolled up the 3 robes in her hands. Fortunately, although the clothes were gray, there was no strange smell. Otherwise, her face would turn black. Then I'll bring them back to you when I'm done. Okay. There's no hurry. Jing Chen looked down at himself. I can wear this for a few more days. Yu Shu looked up and down. It landed on the slightly damp toe of her boots. She didn't want to continue this topic. She was afraid that she would talk too much later. She took his shoes back to wash. She changed the topic. Ah. Which one? Have you eaten today? Jing Chen turned his head to look at the dusk sky. He said, I haven't had dinner yet. Yu Shu said, do you still have the money you used to exchange for the beads? Jing Chen shook his head. He took out an empty bag of money from his sleeve. He pinched it. No more. As expected, he couldn't have much hope for this Xiao Bai. He just wore the skin of a hero. He was so otherworldly. 20 taels of silver would be gone in a month. If he hadn't been lucky enough to save her. Sooner or later, he would have starved to death. Do you still have the beads? Yu Shu asked. If not, she still had 2 cents of silver on her. I'll lend it to him first. Jing Chen heard this. He thought for a moment and stretched his hand to his back. Swish. He pulled out the sword. The green light was cold. It was cold. Yu Shu took a step back in shock. Only then did she stand firm. She stood with one foot in front of the other. She faced the sword as if she was facing a formidable enemy. It wasn't that she was timid. It was that she cherished her life too much. She was reborn. Anything that could threaten her life would make her feel uncomfortable all over. Jing Chen's gaze slid across him. He lowered his head and smiled silently. The sword turned half a circle in his hand. There was a sword tassel hanging on the edge of the sword. She didn't notice it before. But today, on Jing Chen's long sword with a black handle and a golden sheath, there was also an oblate carved jade pendant hanging on it. I'll have to trouble you to make a trip for me. She was going to exchange it for money. Yu Shu took the sword tassel. He turned the jade pendant hanging in the middle over and over again. She knew it was unusual. She hesitated. Such a valuable thing. It would be a pity to pawn it. It's fine. Jing Chen's tone was light. It didn't seem like a piece of jade. It was like a stone. Why don't you make it a living contract? You can redeem it when you have money in the future. Jing Chen didn't understand. What's a living contract? Yu Shu explained patiently, the place where you exchange things for money is called a pawn shop. Pawn things are divided into a living contract and a dead contract. A living contract has less money. But you can redeem it with money in the future. A dead contract can be exchanged for more money. If you pawn something, the boss can sell it to someone else. Even if you have money in the future, you might not be able to find it. Jing Chen was very interested in worldly affairs. He listened to her carefully. Then, he said, it doesn't matter. You can do as you see fit. This person really knew how to be lazy and save trouble. Yu Shu criticized him in her heart. Then she would be a living contract for him. This piece of jade seemed to be worth a lot of money. There would be a lot of living contracts. It would be enough for him to use for another month or two. Yushu calculated in her heart. She didn't pay attention to the person in front of her. Jing Chen looked at her quietly for a while. Suddenly, he said, "Do you still have the yellow frost stone I gave you?" "Ah. Yes. If there's nothing else, just rub it on your palm a few more times." "Oh. Okay." Yushu nodded. She was carrying a pile of dirty clothes. She lacked the interest to ask Jing Chen about the scenery on Mount Longhu. She didn't say anything. Jing Chen wasn't talkative either. The atmosphere turned cold. A gust of cold wind blew past. There was a whooshing sound. Yushu felt uncomfortable. She could only say goodbye. "Then I'll go back first." Jing Chen didn't want to stay. "Let's go." Yushu turned around and walked for a while. After getting off the bridge, she suddenly remembered that Jing Chen didn't have any money on him. She didn't eat dinner. She ran back hurriedly. She wanted to give him the rest of her money. But in the forest where he was just now, he was nowhere to be seen. She shouted a few times in the air. No one paid attention to her. She muttered a few words in bewilderment. Then, she hurried home before the sun went down. At night. The sky was clear. The master and disciple sat in the small courtyard and watched the stars. One was lying comfortably on a rattan chair. The other was struggling to raise his head. "Did you see that? Above the Big Dipper. The seventh star. It's called Pijuan. It said that when King Zhou of the Shang dynasty died. It's a big killing star. It's the life of a servant. It's the same as the 7 kills. The 2 stars of greedy wolf shine on each other. On the contrary, if it's at noon, you'll be promoted to nobility. If it's a woman's life, it'll bring prosperity to the husband and the children." Qing Zheng didn't speak quickly. Yushu listened carefully. She would ask him again if she missed anything. She didn't write it down on paper. Moreover, the night sky was extremely beautiful. The stars scattered on the silver lake. Her posture was alluring, as if a charming beauty was in front of her. She couldn't be distracted. Everything in the world. There must be stars. There are a few people in the world who are accompanied by stars. They will have great achievements in the future. Qing Zheng patted his knee. He glanced at Yushu, who was rubbing her neck. He said, "For example, the 4th Miss of the Ji family. It said that when she was born, the sky was full of stars." Xia Chan was silent. The entire Yang city was alarmed. Until now. 11 years have passed. She's an outstanding person. Different reactions. When Yushu heard the name, the 4th Miss of the Ji family, her ears twitched. She asked curiously, "Master, have you seen her?" Qing Jing said, "A few years ago, I went in and out of the Ji family. I lived in Jingshangtang. The Ji family wanted me to guide Xingxuan. I deliberately took advantage of her mistake. I punished her to Jingshangtang to reflect on her mistakes. I saw that her aptitude was excellent. So I guided her for a period of time. She worked hard. Next year, she passed the Great Yen examination." When he mentioned it, Yushu suddenly remembered. She had just met Qing Jing twice. This old man had muttered "Xingxuan girl" a few times. In other words, he despised himself for being inferior to others. Speaking of which, this GC was one of the culprits who had harmed her life. A jade pendant killed a person. with such a preconceived notion based on the principle of narrow-mindedness. Yushu couldn't have a good impression of the outstanding Xingxuan girl that Qingjing had mentioned. However, Qingjing didn't like her. He sighed on the other side. Xingxuan girl is smart, gentle and considerate. Good spirituality. Good comprehension. She often buys wine to show her filial piety to me. Humph. If it weren't for me picking her out, I wouldn't have accepted a disobedient girl like you. Yushu rolled her eyes with all her might. She didn't have a black face. She was so old. She couldn't tell that the old man was being sarcastic on purpose. She just plucked a few strands of his beard yesterday. She still held a grudge after one night. He didn't admit that he was stingy. Only she could get together with him. Stingy master. Stingy disciple. Was there anything more compatible than this? Sigh. He sighed heavily. Yushu held back her laughter. In order to satisfy his vanity, she could only say in a sour voice, "Don't sigh. It's just some wine. When I get rich in the future, I'll get you a wine pool. I'll let you swim in it." Didn't you just say King Zhou? That guy has a wine pool. He also has a meat forest. Do you want it? There was a moment of silence in the small courtyard. Then, he cursed. There were a few muffled laughs. The stars in the sky looked down at the master and disciple bickering. Chapter 71. In the morning, before the sun appeared, the sparrows on the branches chirped a few times. Yushu stretched and walked out of the house. Zhao Hui was packing the cart in the yard. Seeing him awake, she said, "Didn't you say that the general accountant of the Chamber of Commerce didn't ask you to go over today? You woke up so early. Why didn't you take the opportunity to sleep a little longer?" "I'm used to waking up early. I can't go back to sleep when I wake up." Yushu brushed her hair twice and walked to the drying line on the other side of the wall. She touched the dried white robe and said, "Aunt Hui, I won't accompany you to the stall in the morning. I'll send the clothes to that Taoist priest." "Okay, look for me on the street at noon. I'll cook some noodles for you." Zhao Hui packed the cart and left. 2 days ago, Yushu had brought a few of Jing Chen's dirty Daoist robes home to wash. This had given Zhao Hui a fright, so she had told Zhao Hui about how Jing Chen had been kidnapped a month ago and how he had been rescued by a Daoist priest. Only then did Zhao Hui stop making a fuss. She had thought that the Daoist priest Yushu had mentioned was an old man in his 50s. Out of respect, Zhao Hui had allowed Yushu to wash his robes. Yushu knew that Zhao Hui had misunderstood, so she had saved herself the trouble of explaining. Following the reflection of the water in the basin, Yushu combed her sideburns and carefully tied her hair into a bun. She used a hairband that was as thick as 2 fingers to fasten it and tidied herself up. As she tied up her pants, she thought to herself that being a man was indeed easier than being a woman. At least she didn't have to spend an hour combing her hair after waking up early. She folded the washed clothes and wrapped them in a cloth bag. She hung it on her shoulder and went out to hang the lock. She was going to find Jing Chen first and then pick up Yu Xiaoxiu from Sanja bookstore. Xiaoxiu was a little strange these days. She always felt that he was hesitating as if he had something to say to her. Yushu was afraid that he was bullied at school, so she wanted to go and have a look. She walked out of the door and toward the east of the city. There were many small alleys in Yang City. Usually, there were 7 or 8 alleys on a main street. Yushu crossed a street and walked into another alley. She held her bag in one hand and played with the yellow frost stone that Jing Chen had given her with the other. The round little stone warmed up in her palm, and it was just enough to defrost the morning's cold. There weren't many houses in this alley, and the road was full of potholes. Yushu stared ahead as she walked. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past her arm, and her arm was hit by a strong force. She pulled and loosened her hand, and the bag containing the clothes left her hand. She was stunned for a moment. Her eyes reflected the child who had passed her by 3 to 5 steps and rushed to the front. Then she looked at her empty arm and realized that it had been robbed. She shouted and ran to catch up. "Don't run, hey!" The child who robbed the bag in front of her ran very fast. Yushu was not slow either. She had been walking and working all day for the past month. She was not as weak as she was when she first transmigrated. "Why are you running? There's no money in the bag." "Stop!" Yushu shouted as she ran. The child who robbed the bag only cared about running forward and did not slow down at all. The two of them chased after him for half an alley. Yushu was just 2 steps away from catching the bag snatcher when there was a flash of light in front of them. They had exited the alley and arrived at a busy street. Seeing the two of them coming out of the alley, they hurriedly gave way. Coincidentally, a carriage was coming from the east quickly. It would be in front of them in 2 blinks of an eye. The little thief was about to hit the carriage like a fly. Yushu saw the carriage from the corner of her eyes. Her eyelids almost popped out. She didn't have time to think. She leaned forward and stretched out her left hand. The small stone in her palm flew out. Her fingers grabbed the belt of the little thief who was blind. She braked with her heel and pulled him back with her shoulder. Hiss! Ah! The sound of the horse neighing and a scream rang out in the street at the same time. Yushu fell to the ground, her hand still holding on to the waist of the young robber's trousers. She panted as she looked at the carriage that had just stopped in front of her. Recalling the scene just now, her mind buzzed and she felt a wave of lingering fear. Her face darkened as she turned her head and scolded the young robber. "Do you have eyes on your head? Do you want to die? Do you think you're robbing something good? Let me tell you, it's just a few tattered clothes. Are you robbing something or throwing your life away? You little bastard." After a round of scolding, there was already a group of passers-by watching. They surrounded the carriage, Yushu, and the little thief. They pointed at them and watched the show. Yushu was scolding to her heart's content. However, the person in the carriage was not happy. He lifted the curtain and revealed a young man's face. He frowned and said, "What's going on? Why did you rush to the road?" Yushu's mouth stopped. She looked up at the person in the carriage. When she saw the person in the carriage, she knew that it was not good to offend him. She stood up. Her left wrist, which she used to pull the little thief, felt a slight pain. She used her other hand to pick up the little thief who was about the same age as Yushu. She rushed to the carriage and said, "I'm sorry, this little bastard robbed my things. I chased you all the way here and accidentally hit your carriage." The young man glanced at Yushu, snorted coldly, and then pulled up the window. Obviously, he was not willing to argue with these common people. "Let go, don't grab me." Right at this moment, the brat in Yushu's hand started to get restless. He twisted his body and tried to break free from her. Yushu circled around him and clamped him under her armpit. She gripped his neck and said in a sinister voice, "Why should I let you go? Do you think my things are for nothing? Come with me, I'll teach you a good lesson." As soon as he finished speaking, who would have thought that the little robber would actually burst into tears? While crying, he said, I didn't mean to rob your bag. My sister has been sick for a few days, and I don't have money to buy medicine. She's going to die. I didn't mean it, sob sob sob. Yushu did not like to cry, and she hated it when people cried. Listening to him wail and wail, her head hurt. How could she be in the mood to listen to what he was crying about? Just as she was about to ask him to shut up, someone spoke first. "Little brother, is someone in your family sick?" This voice came from the carriage. It was a woman's voice with a mellow accent. At the end of the words, there was a hint of gentleness that was unique to Southern women. It inexplicably made people feel a sense of familiarity. Yushu stretched her neck and looked into the carriage. However, the young man blocked the light, and the carriage was dim. She could only vaguely see a figure. From the voice, it should be a young miss. Then, she noticed that the crying on the side had stopped. Following that, the little thief pitifully replied, My sister is sick. She's very sick. She's going to die. Little brother, what's your name? My name is Xiao Huai. Xiao Huai, raise your head and let big sister look at you. The young miss in the carriage gently coaxed him. The little thief struggled twice, and Yushu took the opportunity to let him wipe his tears and raise his head. She was curious about what the young miss wanted to do. The bystanders on the side of the road were still whispering to each other. The young miss in the carriage seemed to stare at the little thief for a while before saying, Don't worry, your sister won't die. Her illness will recover. This gentle tone seemed to be able to calm people's hearts. The little thief wiped his snot and asked, Really? It's true. I know how to read people's faces. I won't lie to you. Not only can I see that your sister's illness will recover, but I also know that you are actually a good child. You didn't do anything bad on purpose, right? The little thief nodded timidly. Yushu raised her eyebrows. Judging from the face, the young miss in the carriage also learned to read people's faces. It wasn't only Yushu who had such doubts. The bystanders on the side of the road also began to talk about it. Dongyun, give this child 5 taels of silver, the young miss in the carriage ordered. The coachman pulled on the reins and took out an ingot of silver from his pocket with one hand, handing it to the little thief. The little thief was dumbfounded when he saw the shiny 5 taels of silver. He didn't know how to stretch out his hand for a long time, but the coachman forced it into his hands. Xiao Huai, it's wrong to snatch other people's things. Can you promise me that you won't do it again in the future? The little thief hugged the money in his hand tightly and nodded vigorously. He was as obedient as a puppy. He didn't look like he had when he was running for the bag just now. Yushu lightly clicked her tongue. She didn't expect the young miss in the carriage to call out her name next. Mister, you heard it just now. This child didn't mean to snatch your bag. He was just forced to do it. Where possible, one should forgive people. I hope you can forgive him this time. Don't blame him too harshly, okay? After everything was settled, they came to ask for her opinion as the victim. How could she say no? Yushu sneered. She listened to the whispers of the bystanders around her and glanced indifferently at the blurry figure in the carriage. She bent down and picked up the bag on the ground. She coldly said to the little thief who was holding the silver, You're lucky this time. Next time you snatch other people's things, watch where you're going. Don't lose your life before you get the money. After saying that, she turned around and squeezed out of the crowd. She didn't care that the little thief's face had turned pale because of her last 2 threats. The bystanders saw her and pointed at her back in dissatisfaction. The young miss in the carriage looked in the direction that Yushu had left. Her eyes were suspicious. She was about to turn her head to ask the person beside her when she saw a shiny yellow object stuck in the window. She reached out and said, Brother, don't move. What's wrong? She pulled the little thing out and held it in her hand. She found that it was a round stone. It was as beautiful as a jade pearl. She pinched it and put it in her sleeve. It's nothing. Let's go. Okay, you have to go back quickly. You've been on the road for a few days. You didn't rest well last night. If you go back late, grandmother will be sad and scold me. Dongyun, drive the carriage. Yes, young master. The crowd dispersed, allowing the carriage to pass. Only after it had gone far away did they gather together again, all talking at once. That young lady is really kind-hearted. Not only did she help this poor child, she also taught him the right way. I wonder which family's young lady is so generous. Didn't you hear that she can read people's faces? She must be from the Kong, Lu, and Ji families. Look at her ability to read people's faces. Could it be the fourth miss of the Ji family? Chapter 72. When Yushu found Jing Qin, he was sleeping under a tree in the plum forest. She had long wanted to ask him how he could fall asleep sitting down. However, she was not in the mood to joke around today. Before she walked up to him, she called out, "Master Jing Qin." Jing Chen's eyelashes fluttered. He opened his eyes and raised his head to look at Yushu, who was standing in front of him. He stood up and brushed his sleeves. Yushu suddenly had to look up at him. She was secretly unhappy. She handed the package in her hand to him and said, "Here. It's washed." "Thank you." Jing Qin took the package and opened it. When he saw that it was washed white, he nodded. "It's very clean." Of course, it was clean. She had scrubbed it several times. How could it not be clean? Yushu said, "If there's nothing else, I'll leave. I'll come back to see you in 2 days. Keep your dirty clothes. I'll wash them for you later." She had washed them once or twice. Since she had already washed them, she did not mind washing them a few more times. She would treat it as returning the favor. After all, Jing Qin did not know that she was a girl. If he did not feel embarrassed, she would not feel embarrassed. Jing Qin watched her leave and did not try to persuade her to stay. "Go." Yushu turned around and left. After a few steps, she shook her hand and let out a soft hiss. She frowned and raised her hand to her eyes. She rolled up her sleeve and saw that her wrist was swollen. She cursed her bad luck. Just as she was about to put down her sleeve, she heard someone call out from behind. "Xiaoyu." "What?" She turned her head and saw that Jing Qin had left the sleeping plum tree and was walking towards her. In just a few steps, he was already in front of her. He looked down at the hand she was still holding. Without saying a word, he grabbed her wrist and twisted it. Yushu's screams, which sounded like a pig being slaughtered, could be heard in the forest. "Ah!" Yushu pulled her claws out of Jing Chen's hand and stared at him with deep hatred. Her slanted eyebrows said angrily, "What are you doing?" Jing Chen placed the hand that he used to commit the crime behind his back. "Your left wrist is dislocated. I'll help you straighten it. Try moving it." Yushu turned her left hand doubtfully. Sure enough, there was no stinging pain, only numbness. "Does it still hurt?" It doesn't hurt anymore." Yushu rubbed her wrist and looked at Jing Qin with admiration, forgetting that she was the one who shouted at him. "Thank you." Jing Qin shook his head and lifted his chin. "How did you do it?" Yushu had a belly full of anger and had nowhere to vent it. Hearing his question, her face darkened again and she said gloomily, "Nothing. I caught a robber on the way and accidentally hurt him." "Ha!" A light voice with a bit of inquisitiveness at the end. When Yushu heard it, she inexplicably had the desire to talk about it. She looked at the white Taoist's clear eyes and felt that it was okay to talk to him. Anyway, this person was alone and there was no gossip. So she took the lead and walked down the tree. "Let's sit down and talk." "Okay." The two of them sat side by side under the tree. There was a foot distance between them. Although they were sitting close to each other, they were not touching each other. "I came to find you with my clothes in the morning. I took a small path and met a little monkey in the alley." "Monkey? Are there monkeys in the city?" Jing Qin asked. He thought that monkeys only existed in the mountains. Yushu was amused by him and laughed. It's not a real monkey. It's a local saying. It means someone who snatches things. Don't monkeys love to snatch things from people? Jing Chen nodded. That's right. When I was practicing in the mountains, my food was snatched by a monkey. They are very smart and their claws are sharp. It's even more troublesome when a few of them come together to snatch things. If you don't hurt them, then there's only one way. Yushu was curious. What way? Give them the things. Jing Chen said seriously. Yushu's cheeks puffed up. She tried to hold back her laughter. If it wasn't for Jing Chen's serious expression, she would have thought that he was deliberately telling a cold joke. She turned her head and adjusted her expression. She stretched her knees and said, "That little monkey stole my bag, so I chased after him. I chased him out of the alley and into the main street. Coincidentally, there was a carriage passing by. That little monkey didn't even look at the road and only focused on running, so the carriage almost hit him." At this point, Yushu's face darkened and she said angrily, "Then, I met a nosy person. That child cried and said that he had taken the opportunity to get sick and was going to die because there was no money to treat him. The person in the carriage looked at his face and said that his sister wouldn't die, so he gave him a sum of money and told him to go home to see his sister. He advised me to be lenient and let him go." "So you let him go?" Jing Chen asked. "I scolded the monkey and left." Yushu used her uninjured hand to push the grass on the ground. Thinking about the scene on the street, her heart felt depressed. She was an adult, but she still couldn't control her temper and scolded people on the street. It was a bit ridiculous. "Are you angry?" "Yes." "Why?" Yushu was silent. "Why?" She also asked herself the same question. Was she angry that the little thief dared to rob her? Was she angry that the person in the carriage was nosy? Or was it because he was unlucky enough to hurt his hand when he pulled the kid? She knew very well in her heart that these were not the reasons that made her angry on the street. What made her shocked and angry was that the child's reckless and careless actions had almost caused him to lose his arms and legs and lose his life. Money was a worldly possession. If you lost your life, you would lose everything. You are very kind. Yushu turned her head in confusion. She looked at the young Taoist priest who was praising her with a strange expression. She pointed at her nose and said, "Me." Jing Chen nodded. "Pooh, ha ha ha." Yushu slapped her thigh and laughed out loud. She was so happy that she was rocking back and forth. To say that she was kind, even Yulei did not dare to use this word to praise her in her previous life. It really made her laugh to death. No matter how you looked at her, she didn't have much to do with this word. It was lucky that he could think of it. Jing Chen was confused. He didn't know what he said to make her so happy, but he saw that the young man's eyes were curved and his face was bright. There was no longer the gloomy look on his face. "Ha, cough." Yushu took a few breaths to calm down. She turned her head and looked at Jing Chen's gaze. She felt that she was too happy just now. She embarrassedly cleared her throat and shyly said, "Thank you." "Thank you for what?" Jing Chen still didn't understand. "You praised me just now." "I was just speaking the truth." Jing Chen didn't feel that he had praised her. Yushu blushed. She was afraid that Jing Chen would say something surprising and make her laugh again. She quickly stood up from the ground and took 2 steps back. She waved at him, "I'm leaving. I'll see you in 2 days." Every time she said goodbye, she would say these 2 sentences. Jing Chen still didn't want to stay. "Go." Yushu walked away happily. The annoyance she felt when she came had already flown away. While Yushu was strolling along the river bank, the scene of the Ji family in the east of the city was different. In the main courtyard, old lady Ji was sitting. The eldest and second son of the Ji family were also sitting. The third son was absent. In front of these elders, the third son of the Ji family, Ji Chongze, was standing with his head down. From time to time, he would look up at his grandmother who was reading letters. Swoosh! Old Lady Ji put down the letters in her hands and pondered for a while. The second son, Ji Xiaochun, couldn't sit still and asked worriedly, "Mother, what happened? What did father say in the letter?" The anxious old lady looked at the door. Her personal maidservant went out and drove all the servants out. She closed the door and guarded outside, not letting anyone come near. The Shui family likes Xingxuan and wants to marry into our family. Ji Xiaochun was stunned. The Shui family? The Shui family of the capital? Old Lady Ji nodded. It's the eldest grandson of Minister Shui. He is a few years older than Xingxuan. Because he was studying in his early years, he is still single. Minister Shui wants to pick someone from the Imperial Historian's Library. Xingxuan met him by chance and he took a liking to her. Minister Shui mentioned it to your father not long ago. Ji Xiaochun grinned and smiled in amazement. Mother, this is a good thing. The Shui family is one of the top families in the capital. Just look at the Lu family in the capital. Isn't it because they are related to the Shui family? That's why they are so arrogant in front of the three families. If Xingxuan were to marry Minister Shui's eldest grandson, then... Old Lady Ji raised her hand and interrupted him. She beckoned Ji Chongze to come forward. Chongze, you are studying in the capital. You know the most about Xingxuan. You tell him. Ji Chongze answered respectfully. He turned to Ji Xiaochun and said softly, "Father, fourth sister has a good relationship with Princess Xiwen. She often interacts with the 7th prince and the 12th prince. I have the honor to meet them. On the 15th day of last month, the 7th prince secretly gave fourth sister a ruby jade." Bang! The teacup in Ji Xiaochun's hand fell to the ground. Ji Xiaohan was also shocked. They turned to look at old Lady Ji at the same time. Ruby jade. It was said that when Empress Ningxuan was conferred the title of Empress, Emperor Anwu made a ruby jade for her. Later, this matter was passed down and became a custom among the nobles of the Dan dynasty. If a man liked a woman and wanted to marry her, he would first give a ruby jade to test her. Now the 7th prince gave a ruby jade. What did he mean? Mother, mother. Ji Xiaochun's voice changed. His eyes turned red when he thought that his daughter might be related to the emperor. Old Lady Ji saw him lose his composure. She snorted and said, "Do you think this is a good thing? There are rumors in the capital that the 7th prince is a romantic. He gave a ruby jade to Xingxuan on a whim. Who can say for sure? Mother knows what you are thinking. If the 7th prince can get it in the future, what if he can't? Now the Shui family is waiting for your father's reply. If you refuse them, you will offend them. In the future, all your efforts will be in vain. How can you regret it?" Ji Xiaochun was no longer smiling after hearing Matriarch Ji's words. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he turned to look at his elder brother. His expression was also grave. He might lose the opportunity to ascend to the heavens in a single bound if he tried to claim kinship with the Shui family. If he rejected the Shui family, it might be like drawing water with a sieve. This was originally a good thing, but now it had become a dilemma. Old Lady Ji patted the tea table and sighed. "Your father will deal with Minister Shui for the time being to suppress this matter. But it can't be suppressed for long. This matter is related to the future of our Ji family. You two go back and think about it." Chapter 73. At noon, Yushu leaned against a tree across the street from Sanju's study house and looked in the direction of the door. When she saw a teacher coming out, she straightened her body. After a while, the students left in twos and threes. She looked at Yu Xiaoxiu, who was walking out alone. She was about to call out to him when someone caught up with Yu Xiaoxiu from behind and patted him. It was that annoying Shui Wenjie. Yu Xiaoxiu probably didn't want to stand in the middle of the road, so he went to the side to talk with him. After a few words, they started arguing. Yu Shu couldn't hear what they were arguing about, but she saw that Shui Wenjie was fierce towards Yu Xiaoxiu, who was shorter than him, and even grabbed his shoulder. She concluded that the pretty boy was bullying her brother, so she frowned and stopped watching. She shouted, "Xiaoxiu!" Yu Xiaoxiu heard the shout and turned his head to the left and right. When he saw Yu Shu under the tree, he was stunned. He glared at Shui Wenjie, slapped his hand away, and hurried over. His face was a little surprised and a little embarrassed. "Sister, why are you here?" "I'm picking you up to eat at Aunt Huai's place." Yu Shu reached out and pulled on his wrinkled collar. She raised her chin and pointed at Shui Wenjie, who was walking in this direction, and said, "Sister, why are you here?" "Nothing." Yu Xiaoxiu turned his face and saw that Shui Wenjie was walking in this direction. He hurriedly grabbed Yu Shu's hand. "Sister, let's go quickly, I'm starving." Yu Shu knew that he was hiding something from her. Seeing that they were going to leave, Shui Wenjie strode forward and stretched out his hand to block their way. "Mouse you!" Yu Shu pressed down on Yu Xiaoxiu's shoulder and squinted at him, waiting to see what this ungrateful gigolo had to say. Shui Wenjie suddenly saw Yu Shu. He only wanted to stop her and talk to her, but he didn't prepare an excuse. Being stared at by Yu Shu's disdainful eyes, he almost lost his temper again. Clenching his fists, he looked at Yu Shu, who was dressed like a boy, and said in a low voice, "Why are you dressed like this? Can't you tell whether you are a boy or a girl after being kicked out of the Ji family? It's none of your business." Shui Wenjie gritted his teeth. "Where have you been living these days? Don't tell me you've been living on the streets. It's none of your business." "You..." Shui Wenjie's shoulders trembled in anger at her light words. He widened his eyes and said, "Last time, I saw you with a shady man. I was afraid that you wouldn't learn from him and ruin the Ji family's reputation. If they hadn't been standing on the side of the road, Yu Shu would have spat at him." This guy's words were not pleasing to hear, and he ruined the reputation of the Ji family. The reputation of the Ji family had nothing to do with her. How dare he say that Chao Zixin was shady? Why didn't he take a look at himself first? Yu Shu was calm, but Yu Xiaoxiu didn't agree. He pushed Shui Wenjie away angrily and stretched out his leg to kick him. "Stop talking nonsense. Stop making up stories about my sister." Shui Wenjie staggered 2 steps back. When he saw Yu Shu's startled eyes, he became angry and stretched out his hand to grab Yu Xiaoxiu's collar. When he was about to hit him, he heard Yu Shu shout, "Shui Wenjie." His fist stopped, and when he turned his head, he was met with a pair of dark and gloomy eyes that were embedded in that originally cute and round face. There was an indescribable incongruity, and it made him feel unfamiliar. "Listen to me. If you dare to trouble me again and gossip like a stinky old woman, I'll spread the shameful story of you being captured, stripped naked, and placed on the altar like a pig's head. I'll let everyone know that you've been captured, stripped naked, and placed on the altar as a pig's head. I'll let everyone know that I'll make you proud. Do you hear me?" Shui Wenjie's pupils dilated as he recalled the horror of that night. When he woke up, he was lying naked on a table. It was raining and the ground was surrounded by motionless corpses. The scene of Yama became his nightmare every night. He didn't dare to tell anyone about it because he was afraid that others would laugh at him and look down on him. He shivered violently. His face, which was red with anger, just now turned pale. When Yu Shu saw the change in his face, she snorted coldly in her heart. After so many days, she more or less understood why Shui Wenjie had such an attitude towards her, his savior. She was afraid that he was embarrassed when he was stripped naked that day. She was the one who knew about it, so he always looked for trouble with her. But what did this matter have to do with her? Just because he was frightened and humiliated, he wanted to find a balance between the two of them. Was there such a good thing in the world? She was still unhappy in her heart. Such an ungrateful seedling. If she didn't teach him a lesson, sooner or later, he would grow crooked. You heard it. Let go of my brother. Shuewenja paused for a moment and loosened his hand. Yu Xiaoxiu broke free and kicked his calf again. He pulled Yu Shu 2 steps back, snorted at Shuewenja and dragged her away. You, aren't you afraid? A hoarse question made Yu Shu stop. She pulled Yu Xiaoxiu's arm and turned her head. She saw Shuewenja looking at her with red eyes. His eyes, which were usually proud and arrogant, now there was only fear. Yu Shu grinded her teeth and sneered, afraid? What are you afraid of? Afraid that those bad guys will find you again. Shuewenja lowered his head embarrassedly, as if it was not difficult to say the words that symbolized fear. I have nightmares every night. I have nightmares every night. I dream that I'm lying in a pile of dead people without any clothes on. A lot of people surround me and stare at me. There are teachers in the school, classmates, and you. Yu Shu felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. She was silent for a moment and then asked, How old are you this year? 10, 16. I am 15 this year. Yu Shu shamelessly lied about her actual age and pulled Yu Xiaoxiu in front of her. My brother is only 11 this year. He was arrested with you that day. Because we were not drugged, we were locked in a small dark room. My brother was locked with real dead people for a whole night. Xiaoxiu, tell him, were you afraid at that time? Although Yu Xiaoxiu didn't want to talk to Shuewenja, he still reluctantly said, Of course I was afraid. Yu Shu patted his shoulder and asked, Are you still afraid now? Yu Xiaoxiu rolled his eyes. It's been so long, what's there to be afraid of? After saying that, he looked at Shuewenja with disdain and thought, You are so big, but you are a coward. Did you hear that? Yu Shu looked at the confused Shuewenja and said with a smile, Let's not talk about me. My brother is 5 years younger than you. After that incident, he's not afraid anymore, but you still have nightmares. It's not wrong to say that you're a good-for-nothing. I think you shouldn't be a boy. You might as well be a little girl and hide at home. Shuewenja was immediately angered by Yu Shu again. His face turned red and white, and he said angrily, You are a little girl. I am a little girl. Yu Shu shrugged her shoulders. It was good to be young. She could boast shamelessly that she was a little girl. You, stop it. If you don't want to be laughed at, you should be a little more mature. Don't act like someone owes you 500 taels of silver. Also, what I said before was not to scare you. If you want to trouble us again, you can try. Yu Shu pulled Yu Xiaoxiu and said to Shuewenja, whose face was red again, The sun is high in the sky. Let's go home and eat, Miss Xue. Shuewenja blushed and craned his neck to stare at Yu Shu's back. He didn't want to lose face. Mouse you. Listen, I will not be afraid of you, and I will not be afraid of those bad people. You are not allowed to call me Miss Xue anymore. Yu Shu did not look back. She raised her hand and waved casually to the back. Then she took Yu Xiaoxiu, who was laughing because of the Miss Xue, and went home. Shuewenja stood under the tree and watched them go far away before leaning against the tree panting. His eyes were empty and he was lost in thought for a while. After a long time, his eyes lit up again and the lifelessness from before was swept away. He raised his hand to touch his face and muttered, I'm not a little girl, smelly rat. Yu Shu took Yu Xiaoxiu to eat 2 bowls of noodle soup at Zhao Hui's stall at noon, and then sent him home to do his homework. She stayed to help Zhao Hui wash the dishes, wipe the table, and collect money. She did everything, and occasionally told a joke to make Xiao Hui happy, to relieve boredom and tiredness. Until dusk, when a large number of customers had not come up in the evening, Xiao Hui wiped her hands on her apron, pointed to the wonton on the grate, and said to Yu Shu, "Xiao Yu, look after it. I will be back soon." Okay. Yu Shu did not ask where she was going. She put down the rag and went to the back of the hot grate. After about the time of a meal, Xiao Hui came back happily with a small bag. Yu Shu asked curiously, "What did Aunt Hui take?" Xiao Hui pursed her lips and smiled, "I will show you tonight." Yu Shu saw that she was keeping her in suspense, and she was even more curious. "Tell me, why do you have to wait until the evening? Go, take the money and buy 2 fire sticks on the street. After eating, go back and read your book. You have spent the whole afternoon here." Xiao Hui grabbed a handful of copper coins and gave them to Yu Shu. She drove her away and put the bag under the bottom of the cart, where the smoke could not reach it. After Yu Shu finished her meal, she was sent away. When the sky turned dark, she staggered to Daoist Qing Zhang's small courtyard. Seeing that the door was locked, she knocked on the door twice in puzzlement. She bent down and found the key in the crack of the doorsill. She opened the keyhole and pushed the door open. "Master, master." She wandered around the house but did not find Qing Zhang. She only saw a letter on the stone table in the courtyard, which was under a stone. She picked it up and read, "My bad disciple, I came to Yi City to visit a friend. I asked for a benefit for you. You will return it in 7 days. You must not neglect your daily homework. You will guess the chess pieces and watch the stars for half an hour. If you are lazy, you will be punished when you return. I will stay." "Why did you leave just like that?" Yu Shu muttered. She held the letter and went into the house. She found a match and lit the oil lamp. She burned the letter and picked up the 2 bowls of chess pieces on the table. She picked up the futon on the bed and went out. There was a circle drawn in the courtyard. It was carved by Qing Zhang half a month ago. He did not use those strange paints. At first, Yu Shu thought that the old man did not have enough money and cut corners. She even took the opportunity to laugh at him. Chapter 74. At night, Yu Shu returned to Zhao Hui's house. She fetched some water and washed her face. As soon as she boiled the hot water, she heard Zhao Hui shouting outside. She quickly put down the firewood and ran out to open the door for her so that she could push the cart in. "Aunt Hui, is business good tonight?" Zhao Hui smiled and nodded. "Yes, I sold more than 20 bowls after you left." Yu Shu closed the door and estimated that Zhao Hui never avoided her when it came to selling snacks. Although Zhao Hui was selling them at a high price, the cost was not cheap. A bowl of chicken soup wonton cost 50 copper coins. Just the ingredients alone were enough. She also sold some noodles and vegetable stuffing along the way. In total, she sold 80 bowls a day, but she could only earn a little more than 2 taels of silver. She worked hard from dawn to dusk, so she could only earn a little more than 2 taels a month. Thanks to Zhao Hui's good cooking skills and the sincerity of the stuffing, she attracted so many customers. "You go wash your hands and wipe your sweat. I'll clean up here. The hot water is boiling. I'll wipe your back later." Yu Shu took over the cart and pushed it to the door of the kitchen. She knew that Zhao Hui had been standing by the stove all day. She didn't know how much sweat she had shed. She must be very tired. "Wait a minute," Zhao Hui bent down and pulled out the small bag from under the cart. She went back to the house and put it down. Yu Shu said behind her, "What kind of good things do you want to hide?" Zhao Hui smiled and said, "I'll show you later." After the water was boiled, they closed the door and wiped each other's back in the kitchen compartment. They washed their bodies with a towel dipped in warm water and put on clean inner clothes. Yushu took a broom and swept the water on the ground to the gutter in the corner. Zhao Hui took the changed clothes and soaked them in a big wooden basin. Then she went into the house. Yushu cleaned up and closed the kitchen door to prevent the cat from sneaking in the middle of the night. As soon as she entered the bedroom, she saw Zhao Hui sitting on the edge of the bed under the light. She was unwrapping the small bag. Seeing her come in, she waved at her. "Xiao Yu, you're here." Yushu walked over and watched as Zhao Hui shook a brand new green robe in front of her body. She smiled and nodded. "Look, I knew you'd take advantage of this lustrous green." Yushu lowered her head to look at the new clothes on her body. She was a little stunned. Zhao Hui then took out a slightly darker colored pleated horse skirt and wrapped it around Yushu's waist. Zhao Hui stood up and urged her, "Come and try it on. I don't know if this skirt is long enough. If it is, I'll have someone cut it off tomorrow and tie the edges." Yushu stupidly said, For me. Zhao Hui looked at her and said, "Of course, this color is not suitable for my age. You are a girl, but you dress up like a wild boy all day. If you don't wear a skirt, you will really think of yourself as a boy. Try it quickly. If it is long or short, I will change it for you. The day after tomorrow, there will be a Sanqing meeting in the south of the city. Aunt Huai will take you there to pray for your safety and find a good husband in the future." Yushu pinched the skirt that Zhao Hui stuffed into her arms. Looking at her soft eyes under the light, her throat tightened. She wanted to say a few words to make her happy, but her usual sharp tongue was gone. When she opened her mouth, she only said, "Thank you, Aunt Huai. Well, I'm going to wash the clothes. You try it and call me later." Zhao Hui stood up and reached out to touch Yushu's head. Yushu lowered her head and didn't refuse. She looked very docile. When Zhao Hui went out, she hugged the pile of clothes and buried her head in it. After standing for a while, she clumsily shook it off and put it on her body. The material of the clothes was not the best, but it was solid satin. The leather surface was smooth, and there were light patterns woven into it. The sleeves and lapels were carefully locked, and the most exquisite part was the green satin that reached the hips. There was a pair of silver-yellow little fish embroidered on the lapel. When the belt was fastened, it was placed against the mouth, as if hiding in the water grass intimately. Yushu put the skirt on and touched the pair of fish on her chest. Her heart felt warm. After thinking for a while, she took off the scarf on her head and took a comb to smooth her hair. Her hair was just washed last night, so it was still very soft. During the day, it was tied up in a bun. When she put it down, it was a little messy. She simply took out a hair tie from her small box, picked up 2 strands of hair from her temples, twisted them to the back, and played with the rest of the curls. When she felt that it looked good, she patted her cheeks to make her cheeks rosier. She picked up the skirt and ran out, shouting, "Aunt Huai, Who are you talking to?" Yushu stopped at the door of the house. Under the moonlight, she saw Zhao Hui talking to someone outside the door, so she asked. When the person outside the door heard the voice, he subconsciously turned his head and looked into the courtyard. He saw a green figure standing on the steps of the house under the jade wheel. She had black hair, beautiful eyebrows, a pair of intelligent eyes, and a slender waist. She looked like a clever person who swam out of a blue lake, making people's heart palpitate. When Chao Zixin found out that the shop assistant working in his shop was a girl, he was very surprised. But because Yushu always had the hearty appearance of a boy, it was difficult for him to treat her as a delicate little girl. However, now that he saw her clearly, his heart softened. Only then did he realize that this child, who was even more cheerful than the other boy, was clearly a young girl in the prime of her youth. When Zhao Hui heard Yushu's question, she turned her head and said, "It's your brother Chao." A house in the alley was robbed. It's a mess outside, so he came to ask, afraid that the little thief will jump into our house. Yushu tilted her head and looked outside. Sure enough, she saw that the figure at the door was Chao Zixin. She walked forward and clenched her fist. Brother Chao, don't worry. I'm here. If that little thief dares to come, I'll beat him until all his teeth fall out. If she was still the tomboy that was in high spirits during the day, her words would carry some weight. But now, it sounded like a little girl trying to be brave. That stubborn expression hanging on her obedient face was very tempting. In the darkness, Chao Zixin's eyes lit up. When Yushu came near, he turned his head to avoid her and did not answer her. He said to Zhao Hui, "Aunt Hui, I'm going back. You guys be careful. Close the doors and windows and don't casually open them. If there's anything, shout loudly. I'm a light sleeper and I can hear you. Okay, you quickly go back. I'll be fine with Xiao Yu accompanying me." Chao Zixin turned and left. When he reached his own house, he couldn't help but turn his head to take a look. He waited for the house to close the door and erase the green shadow. He stood in front of the door for a while. With a low chuckle, he muttered, "Ashu, Ashu." Asterisk, the Three Purities meeting was a gathering held near a Taoist temple in the city. The form was similar to a temple fair. But because the De and dynasty emphasized the Tao, it was much more lively than a temple fair. Whenever there was a Three Purities meeting, the schools and private schools in the city would have an extra day off. Only the merchants were the busiest. On this day, they had to go to the gathering to arrange their stalls, occupy a good place, eat, drink and be merry. Their business was 2 times more than on a normal day. On this day, Yushu woke up early. Just as she finished wearing her clothes, Yu Xiaoxiu came looking for her. When he saw that Yushu was wearing a new dress, he couldn't help but stare at her. Yushu sat at the entrance of the central room and let Zhao Hui comb her hair. When she saw that Yu Xiaoxiu looked as if he had never seen her before, she stretched out her leg and kicked him. She threatened, "If you stare at me like that, I'll beat you up." Yu Xiaoxiu curled his lips. He didn't believe that Yushu could bear to hit him. But he didn't stare at her like that. Instead, he went to talk to Zhao Hui. "Aunt Hui, I've asked all the questions you asked me that day." Zhao Hui said happily, "Have you asked everything?" Yu Xiaoxiu lowered his head and rummaged through his cloth bag. He took out a folded piece of paper and passed it to her. "My sister's birthday and 8 characters are written on it." Zhao Hui put the comb on Yushu's hair and reached out to take it. She was literate, but she couldn't write it. Yushu didn't dare to look back at Zhao Hui. She looked at Yu Xiaoxiu suspiciously. "My birthday and 8 characters?" Yu Xiaoxiu nodded his head and went to the kitchen to get some water. He woke up too early and didn't drink any water on the way from the Ji family. "Aunt Hui, why do you want my birthday and 8 characters?" Zhao Hui tucked the paper into her bosom and straightened her head, saying, "You still have the nerve to ask. Who doesn't even know their own date of birth and 8 characters? I'll ask clearly, and when I go there today, I'll find a teacher to calculate it for you." Yushu smiled. "I learned it myself. I don't need someone to calculate it for me." "Okay, let me see your 8 characters. I'll calculate it for you and see when I can become rich." Zhao Hui snorted and twisted her ear. "You only learned it for a few days. You always talk big. There are teachers in the Sanqing meeting, but they don't accept money on this day. Those who can't be seen on normal days will come. If you're lucky, you can get a seat and I'll calculate it for you. If there's any disaster, try to avoid it." Zhao Hui always felt that Yushu's life was not good. She changed her mother's marriage and became a concubine in a rich family. She didn't have any relatives and her mother didn't like her. She was beaten and kicked out of the family. These days were smooth, but who knows if there will be any disaster in the future. Zhao Hui has been thinking about this day. She wants to find a teacher for Yushu. Yushu didn't know what Zhao Hui was thinking, but she didn't want to refuse her good intention. She joked a few words and didn't say anything. Zhao Hui combed Yushu's hair and went into the room to get a new bag for Yu Xiaoxiu. It was a maroon bag with twisted leather strap. It was much better than the bag Yu Xiaoxiu had. She cut clothes for Yushu, but she didn't forget him. Do you like it? Zhao Hui rubbed her hands and looked at Yu Xiaoxiu's reaction expectantly. Yushu looked at Yu Xiaoxiu, who liked it but was embarrassed to accept it. She pressed his head and said, "Hurry up and thank Aunt Hui. She specially asked someone to make it for you." Thank you, Aunt Hui." Yu Xiaoxiu blushed and thanked her. Compared to Yushu, who was thick-skinned, he was very shy. Zhao Hui raised her hand and touched his little head. Her eyes were so soft that water almost came out. "It's good that you like it." Yushu saw that Yu Xiaoxiu was happy. She was even more grateful to Zhao Hui. Zhao Hui could protect Yu Xiaoxiu and take care of Yu Xiaoxiu, but she couldn't give her the care of an elder. This was an indispensable part of growing up. Go to the opposite door and see if your brother Chao has packed up. Let's go together, Zhao Hui said. There were many people in the Three Purities Association, and there were also many landlords and scoundrels. They specially picked women and children to cheat. With a young man accompanying them, it could save a lot of trouble. Yesterday, she invited Chao Zixin. Coincidentally, he was also going to the Three Purities Association, so he agreed to go together. Yushu took the opportunity to pinch Yu Xiaoxiu's cheek and went out with a smile. As soon as she opened the door, she saw a figure with a lotus waist standing at the door. She reached out and patted his shoulder. "Brother Chao." Chapter 75. By the time Yushu, Chao Zixin, and the others arrived at the southern part of the city, the sun had just risen, but the wide streets around them were already crowded with people. The streets were full of merchants, selling feng shui decorations, necklaces, ink paintings, and embroidery. The aroma of snacks wafted through the streets. It was the first time Yu Xiaoxiu had been to such a lively place other than Chongmen Street. As soon as he entered the crowd, he grabbed Yushu's arm tightly and looked around curiously. Zhao Hui also pulled Yushu's head, and Chao Zixin followed them unhurriedly. Weaving through the crowd, Yushu smelled the fragrance of food and drink. There were shredded meat cakes, red bean buns, bamboo shoots with meat, gourd soup, glutinous rice porridge, and flower juice. All the snacks in Yiyang City could be seen on this street. She was so hungry that her stomach was growling because she hadn't eaten breakfast. She fixed her eyes on a stall selling hot cakes and pulled Zhao Hui and Yu Xiaoxiu forward. "How much is one?" "Shredded meat cakes are 10 copper coins each, and fried radish cakes are 5 copper coins each." "Miss, would you like to try too?" Looking at the steaming cakes on the pot, Yushu let go of Zhao Hui and stretched out her hand. She smiled and said, "Give me 4 meat cakes and 2 radish cakes. 90 copper coins, right?" "Okay, I'll wrap it up for you." Zhao Hui wanted to take out money, but Yushu stopped her. She turned to Chao Zixin, who was taking out money from her purse, and said, "No need, I'll take it. Yesterday, Chief Pei gave me half a month's salary to spend. There's 1 tael, and I've changed it into change. Brother Chao, keep your money, you can't use it here." As she spoke, she let go of Yu Xiaoxiu's hand and took out a string of money from her purse. She took out 10 coins and gave it to the vendor. Yu Hui didn't stop her and said to Chao Zixin, "Let her take it this time." Chao Zixin saw that Yushu was in high spirits, so he nodded his head and let her have her way. He put away the money pouch. "Miss, take it carefully and don't burn your hands." "Okay, Aunt Hui and Xiaoxiu will give it to you." Yushu took one each and stuffed two into Chao Zixin's hands. Brother Chao, eat it while it's hot. If it's not enough, I'll leave this for you. Yushu's thinking was simple. Chao Zixin was a man, so his appetite must be big. This palm-sized food definitely wouldn't be enough. Chao Zixin looked at the hot food in the servant's hands. He wasn't used to eating on the street, but he saw that Yushu was chewing on the food and glancing at him from time to time, as if asking him why he wasn't eating. After hesitating for a while, he lowered his head and opened his mouth. Actually, the taste wasn't bad. The street was bustling, and there were many people eating. 4 people holding hot cakes didn't stand out. Yushu dragged Xiaoxiu with one hand and ate a hot shredded meat cake with the other hand wrapped in oiled paper. When she saw the tofu juice vendor across the street, she grunted twice and took the lead to squeeze through the crowd. She ordered 4 small bowls and stood next to the stall, drinking the hot cakes with the other customers who were buying food. After eating and drinking, her stomach was warm and full. Yushu wiped Xiaoxiu's hands with a handkerchief and pulled him to follow beside Zhao Hui. They followed the crowd to the entrance of the wondrous Cloud Temple. On the way, when they passed by a stall selling hairpins and combs, Zhao Hui would stop for a while and compare the colorful objects to Yushu's hair. When she felt that it was suitable, she would ask Yushu if she liked it. Yushu had just accepted a set of clothes from Zhao Hui, so she was too embarrassed to ask her to spend more money. No matter if it looked good or not, she would shake her head and pick out a bunch of flaws. The stall owner's face turned ugly, and in the end, Zhao Hui had to pull her away. Zhao Hui took Yushu to walk half the street, but because she didn't cooperate, they didn't buy anything. Seeing that it was still early and the famous traders hadn't gone out, they decided to go to the Taoist temple first. The wondrous Cloud Temple was the most popular Taoist temple in Yang City. It worshipped the patriarchs of the 3 pure ones for people to pray to the gods and fulfill their wishes. In addition, it also provided the service of asking for and releasing the fortune. Compared with the expensive barter hall, there were more pilgrims here. A handful of incense, candles, and yellow paper only cost 10 copper coins. There weren't many people in the temple at this time. When Zhao Hui went to buy incense, Yushu stood in the Taoist field and pulled Xiaoxiu to look up at the 3 huge statues of old people sitting on the altar. They couldn't tell which one was which. Chao Zixin stood behind them and explained to them, the 3 pure ones are the 3 great realms of Yuqing, Shangqing, and Taiqing. Because there are 3 gods in the 3 pure fairyland, namely Yuanzhi Tianzuan, Lingbao Tianzuan, and Primogenitor Tianzuan, they are worshipped as the patriarchs of the 3 pure ones. Look, the patriarchs of the Jade Pure Ones, the one with white hair and eyebrows on the left is the Taiqing patriarchs, and the one on the right is the patriarchs of the Shangqing patriarchs. The 42nd chapter of the Primogenitor Sutra says, Tao begets 1, and 1 begets 2. 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. All things bear yin and embrace yang, and they are harmonious. Therefore, Taoism has the 3 ones doctrine. In her previous life, Yushu would occasionally travel. While others were shopping for souvenirs, she liked to follow the experienced tour guides, listen to stories, and broaden her horizons. She felt that it was much more interesting than foolishly watching the bustle alone. Now that Chao Zixin was beside her, she liked it. She didn't hesitate to praise him. Brother Chao, you know so much. Seeing that she liked to listen, Chao Zixin was naturally happy. I just read a few books in my free time. If you are interested, I can find some text for you later. You know that I'm learning accounting from Shopkeeper Pay right now. I don't have time to read books. Yushu declined politely. Compared to books and papers, she preferred to learn practical things. If Qingjing threw a few books at her to memorize before teaching her, she might not have the patience to repeat the boring guessing homework every day. Chao Zixin advised, if you have time, you should read more books. Yu Shu agreed with his words, but she had a different opinion. Seeing that Yu Xiaoxiu was looking up at their conversation, she muttered, I don't know if Brother Chao has heard of this saying, idle people read, busy people walk. Chao Zixin asked, what does that mean? Yu Shu said, it means that people who read and study have a lot of free time. Look at the people on the streets, working hard to make a living. They have to support their families, and maybe they also have to support the idle people who read. Do they have time to stop and read? Compared to a few pages of knowledge, a few copper coins makes people feel at ease. Reading is good, but it varies from person to person. If they can't make a living, what's the use of reading a few books? Don't you think so? Chao Zixin was attracted by her words, but what attracted him even more was her bright eyes at this moment. She was very assertive. He thought that this child wandered the streets and was born into a widow, but she had a rare decisiveness and cleverness. Although it was inevitable that she was unscrupulous, she was magnanimous to the point that no one could look down on her. According to what you said, you are still a busy person. I am now, but I can't say for sure in the future. What about me? Chao Zixin really wanted to hear Yu Shu's opinion of him. Yu Shu's gaze fell on him. Chao Zixin straightened his body and straightened his back. Then, he heard Yu Shu say in a serious tone, Brother Chao is someone who takes a break from his busy schedule. The corner of Chao Zixin's mouth raised. He was satisfied with her comment that was between a busy person and an idle person. Sister, what about me? Yu Xiaoxiu also joined in the fun. Yu Shu bent her finger and flicked his forehead. Of course you are a big idle person. After you are done today, go back and do your homework, okay? Yu Xiaoxiu covered his forehead and said, Today is the school holiday, and I finished my homework last night. Do you think I am like you, forgetful and forgetful? Oh, you are still talking back to me. You are lecturing me. Yu Shu reached out and pinched Yu Xiaoxiu's cheeks. Yu Xiaoxiu was looked up and down by passers-by. He blushed and hurriedly pushed her hand away. The two of them quarreled, and Chao Zixin looked at them with a smile. When Zhao Hui came, Yu Shu finally punished Yu Xiaoxiu, who was bullied by her until his face turned red. When they came out of Qian Temple, the street was already crowded, and people were surging everywhere. Zhao Hui was afraid that they would be separated, so she pulled Yu Shu and Yu Xiaoxiu on the left and right. From time to time, she also looked back to see if Chao Zixin was following them. The Lu family is here, the Lu family is here. Someone shouted, and the crowd moved to the east. Soon, there was a long line in front of a tea house across the street. Zhao Hui had been to the Three Pure meeting several times, so she knew the way. Looking at the situation, she knew that they had to go to the Lu family to ask for their fortune, and they might have to wait until the afternoon. So, she directly pulled them and tiptoed to look at the banners hanging high on the street. She found a good name and took advantage of the fact that people were attracted by the Lu family to get to the front of the line. She turned her head and found that Chao Zixin was gone. Zhao Hui and Yu Xiaoxiu followed her around and looked left and right, but they couldn't find him. He must have been separated by the crowd. It doesn't matter. Zhao Hui took Yu Shu's hand and said, I told him in advance that if he was separated, he could wait at the entrance of the Taoist temple. It's almost our turn. We can look for him after we finish our fortune-telling. There's no hurry. Yu Shu nodded and looked in the direction of the Taoist temple a few times. There were people everywhere, and the further they went, the more blurred they became. So, she gave up and obediently followed Zhao Hui in line, moving forward bit by bit. After waiting for about the time it took to eat a meal, it was their turn. There was a long table on the side, and a table made of good wood. On the table, there were lots, divinatory trigrams, 6 lines, and red strings. Behind the table sat a man in his 60s. Behind him, there were 2 boys and 2 servants. The man glanced at Zhao Hui and Yu Shu, stroked his beard, and said indifferently, "What do you want to ask?" Zhao Hui hurriedly asked Yu Shu to sit down on the stool in front of the table. She took out the 8 characters in her arms and handed them to the man with both hands. She smiled politely and said, "Sir, this is my niece's 8 characters. Can you take a look at her fortune? Will there be a disaster in the near future?" The man took it with one hand and stretched out the other. A boy handed him a divinatory trigram. He held his palm behind him and rotated it a few times. Then he stretched out his hand and a boy handed him a brush. He wrote a few words on a piece of white paper and crossed it. He frowned and looked up at Yu Shu for a while. He made a tisk sound and pressed the piece of paper with Yu Shu's 8 characters on it on the table. He said with a bit of sympathy, "A short life doesn't mean great emptiness. There are many disasters and difficulties in her life. There are frequent disasters and adversity. She can't do anything in her life." Yu Shu raised her eyebrows. Zhao Hui's face was a little stiff. She carefully asked, "Sir, this is... What do you mean?" Chapter 76. Aunt Hui, walk slower and watch the road carefully. Yu Shu was pulled by Zhao Hui and pushed out of the crowd. She could only firmly hold on to Yu Xiaoxiu, who was panicking, so that they wouldn't get separated. There seemed to be a few people pointing at them and talking about dog shit life behind them, which made Zhao Hui hold on to her wrist even more tightly. She quickened her pace and almost rushed out of the crowd. Yu Shu was actually a little depressed. If it was anyone else, they probably wouldn't be happy if they were given a dog shit life. Although strictly speaking, that date of birth belonged to the short-lived ghost of her predecessor and not her, who knew if she would also be affected by this dog shit life after changing her body. The pedestrians on the roadside gradually decreased. Zhao Hui pulled her all the way out of the territory of Sanqing Association, then stopped by the roadside, turned her head, and revealed a forced smile. She held Yu Shu's hand and comforted her incoherently, "It's okay, that person's fortune is not accurate. How can you be a short-lived person? You have already passed through such a big disaster. Aunt Hui sees that you are a lucky child, not like what he said. It's simply nonsense." Seeing her panicked face a little pale, Yu Shu didn't have the mood to think blindly. She nodded and held her hand firmly, and said with certainty, "Yes, you see how old that person is. His hair and beard are all white, so his eyesight must be bad. It's hard to say whether he could read the words on the paper clearly or not. I must have seen it wrong." Seeing that there was no sadness on her face, Zhao Hui felt a little better. She said regretfully, "Really, if I knew this earlier, I would have gone to the Liu family's queue. What do I want to be fast? No, let's go again. This time, we will go to the Liu family's queue. Maybe the Kong family will also come later." Yu Shu hurriedly pulled her and begged for mercy, "Don't go, Aunt Hui, it's not easy to squeeze out. If I go there again, I will lose my life." After Yu Shu repeatedly persuaded Zhao Hui to give up the idea of plunging into the crowd again. Yu Xiaoxiu was sullen at the side. The 3 of them were all worried about dog shit life and didn't have the mood to play anymore. "Then you two wait here. I will go back to find your brother Chao. Let's not shop today. Let's see if he will go back with us. Aunt Hui, you stay here. I will go and find him." Yu Shu didn't want Zhao Hui to make another trip. She was afraid that she would make another mistake because she was absent-minded, so she gave Yu Xiaoxiu a look. Without waiting for her to agree, she turned around and ran in the direction of the Taoist temple. Xiao Yu, sigh, this child ran so fast. I didn't even have time to say anything. Zhao Hui stomped her feet and turned to Yu Xiaoxiu. Xiao Xiao, the words that Sir gave your sister's fortune just now can't be said to outsiders. Do you understand? Yu Xiao Xiao nodded. He understood that it wasn't a good thing if other people found out that his sister had a dog-shit life. Zhao Hui thought for a moment and said, "Don't tell your brother Chao either. Do you understand?" Yu Xiao Xiao also nodded and didn't ask anything. In his eyes, except for his sister, everyone else was an outsider. Brother Chao was the same. In the end, Chao Zixin escorted Zhao Hui and the others home. They had lunch at Zhao Hui's house. Zhao Hui cooked in the kitchen, and Yu Shu helped her. Yu Xiao Xiao and Chao Zixin sat at the table and stared at each other. "Xiao Xiao, did something happen when we were separated?" Chao Zixin found it strange. When they came out of Qian Temple, before they were separated by the crowd, they were both smiling. When they met again, the atmosphere was strange. On the way back, Yu Shu kept talking and making Zhao Hui laugh. Usually, those jokes would make Zhao Hui laugh. But today, she didn't even laugh. She just hurried home to cook. Yu Xiao Xiao slowly shook his head. "No." Aunt Huai said that he couldn't tell Brother Chao. Chao Zixin, really? Yu Xiao Xiao looked to the side. Really? Zixin knew at a glance that the child was lying. He didn't dare to look at him. He was more and more worried that something had happened. When they were eating, he pretended that nothing had happened. After the meal, when the host cleaned up the dishes, he got up and said goodbye. He took the opportunity to call Yu Shu. "Shu, didn't you say you wanted 2 fine brushes last time? I found 2 yesterday. Come with me to get them." "Okay." Yu Shu nodded and said to Zhao Hui, "Aunt Huai, I'll be back soon." "Okay." From beginning to end, Zhao Hui didn't give Yu Shu any extra instructions. In her opinion, Yu Shu definitely wouldn't tell anyone about her dog-shit life. Yu Shu followed Chao Zixin to the opposite door and entered the courtyard. Chao Zixin didn't rush into the house. Instead, he stood at the door and turned to look at her. He asked, "What happened? I saw that Aunt Huai doesn't look good. She seems angry with someone. Did you make her unhappy?" Yu Shu said innocently, "I can't wait to make her happy." "Why would I make her unhappy?" "Then what happened?" "It's a gentleman from the Three Pure meeting." Yu Shu touched her nose and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said that my life is not good. Aunt Huai is not happy. Chao Zixin knew that most of the gentlemen from the Three Pure meeting were really capable. It was even more impossible for Zhao Hui to find someone to ask questions. So he asked, "What's the name of that gentleman?" The banner said, "Hongchuan Store." The gentleman's surname is Hong. He's old and has a white beard. Chao Zixin's eyelids twitched. He had an idea in his mind. He asked, "What did he say?" Yu Shu looked at his concerned face. She rolled her eyes and thought for a while. Then, she casually shook her head and said, "A short life is not a bad thing. My life is full of difficulties and disasters. I'm in a difficult situation. I'm always in a difficult situation. I can't do anything for the rest of my life. The gentleman said that I have a dog-shit life." At the end of her words, Yu Shu even pointed at her own nose. She observed Chao Zixin without batting an eyelid. She blinked her eyes and waited for him to change his expression. Chao Zixin was only stunned for a moment. He quickly hid his astonishment. He frowned and thought for a moment. Then, he said to Yu Shu in a serious voice, "You can only believe in half of it. In this world, there are only a handful of masters who can determine life and death and determine fortune and disaster. I'll say something unpleasant. In this Yang city, there isn't one. If you really believe in it and give up on yourself, then you're a fool." Shoo, Brother Chow has known you for so many days. I think you're a smart, ambitious, and opinionated girl. You won't belittle yourself just because of a few words, right? Chow Zixin had the standard appearance of an elegant person. He had thick eyebrows, long eyes, and a straight nose. If he wasn't a businessman, anyone would think that he was a scholar, and a very talented one at that. With this kind of appearance, he was very convincing when he spoke. If he kept a straight face, didn't smile, and was a little more serious, then he could give people an extra sense of security. The little bit of depression in Yu Shu's heart inexplicably disappeared. She looked at Chow Zixin with curved eyebrows. She jokingly said, "If I believed in it, I would have hidden away and sulked. How could I still stand here and talk about that matter?" Chow Zixin carefully looked at her. He was sure that she was fine. He then felt relieved and warmly said, "I'll go in and get the brush for you. You wait here." "Okay." Chow Zixin went to the small study room in the courtyard and looked around. After a while, he came out with 2 brushes and gave them to Yu Shu. Yu Shu thanked him. Chow Zixin saw her out the door. After seeing her enter the opposite door, he gently closed the door. He put his hand into his sleeve and took out a small paper bag. He opened it and saw a green Polonia comb. It was small enough to fit on her hair. If Xiao Hui saw it, she would definitely recognize it. It was the most suitable comb that Yu Shu tried to wear in the morning when they were shopping in the 3 Pure Ones group. His finger plucked at the teeth of the comb, which made a series of crisp sounds. Chow Zixin bitterly smiled. He held the bronze comb and walked to the study room. He found a wooden box under the bookcase and gently put it inside and closed it. "What? You want to go back to your hometown to sweep the tombs?" When Yu Shu went out in the morning, she saw Chow Zixin waiting outside. She heard that he wanted to go back to his hometown to sweep the tombs. Yes. Chow Zixin stood at the bottom of the stairs and looked at the little girl who was a head shorter than him. Yu Shu asked, "When are you coming back? Why didn't you mention it yesterday?" Chow Zixin said, "It will take 2 days to half a month. I haven't gone back since Qingming. Last night, an elder came to me in my dream. I feel uneasy, so I will go and see. Can you help me tell Aunt Huai that I couldn't say goodbye to her?" "It's okay. I will help you tell her. You have to be careful on the road." Chow Zixin nodded. Seeing the concern in her eyes, he couldn't help but say, "You should check the doors and windows several times before going to bed. Lock the door when you go out. Don't stay outside when it's dark. Hurry home, okay?" When Yu Shu heard him telling her like a child, she smiled and said, "I know. Are you going now? Do you want me to send you?" Chow Zixin shook his head bitterly. "I have to go back to pack my things and rent a carriage. Aren't you going to the Chamber of Commerce? Hurry up and don't be late." "Okay." Yu Shu turned around and closed the door. When she turned her head, she saw him staring at her. She touched her face, thinking that it was salt from brushing her teeth. "What's wrong?" Chow Zixin looked away. "It's nothing. Hurry up and go." "Oh." Yu Shu jumped down the stairs and walked a few steps forward. Then she turned back and waved at him. She grinned and said, "Goodbye, Brother Chow." Chow Zixin chuckled and nodded. When she ran away and disappeared at the end of the alley, his smile disappeared. He turned around and entered the courtyard. At noon, Yu Shu stayed in the Chamber of Commerce to have lunch with Pei Jing. It wasn't dry cakes or tea, but 3 dishes and a soup. After half a month, Pei Jing liked Yu Shu more and more. If it wasn't for Yu Shu claiming that she had a master before, he really wanted to recognize her as his disciple and teach her everything he knew. He wanted to see how much she could learn. Today, Pei Jing asked Yu Shu to look through some old accounts of the Tai Ranhing Chamber of Commerce and let her find the fake money. Yu Shu finished it in the middle of the afternoon. She picked out the money and showed it to Pei Jing. After getting his approval, she went home early. Yu Shu still had a handful of silver coins in her hand. She wanted to buy a pair of shoes for Zhao Hui as a return gift for her clothes and school bag that day, so she asked Pei Jing about it. She found a tailor's shop in a small alley near Wanxiang Street. After picking and choosing, she bought a pair of embroidered shoes with orchid soles. She put them in her bag and excitedly went to Changmenpu Street to find Zhao Hui. She planned to give her a surprise when she returned home that night, just like that day. Chapter 77. Go and have a look. I heard that someone was beaten to death at the intersection ahead. Someone died. Someone died. Yu Shu looked at the direction of the crowd. It was not far from Zhao Hui's wonton stall. Worriedly, she quickened her pace and pushed through the crowd, provoking a few curses. When she squeezed to the front and emerged from the crowd, she saw that Zhao Hui's wonton stall had been smashed to smithereens. The stove had been pushed over, and there was a pool of blood on the ground. She was stunned and quickly looked for Zhao Hui's figure. She saw two men and a woman standing at the place where the accident happened and cursed, "Bah! This jinx still has the face to stay in Yang City. No wonder our family's feng shui is not good. We lost a few big business this year. It's all because of her. Big brother was killed by this bitch. Just now she dared to stab me with a knife. She really doesn't want to live long. She deserves to die. Bad luck, bad luck. Let's go back." The three people cursed to their heart's content. They looked around at the onlookers. The two men waved their hands and said, "What are you doing? Get out of the way, get out of the way." Zhao Hui often set up a stall on this street. She was a kind person. People often came to her stall on credit to eat wonton. Seeing this scene, someone stopped them. "You can't go. She was beaten up by you. She's still in the clinic. We don't know if she's alive or dead. You have to wait for the government to come." As soon as these words came out, several people responded. The two men and the woman looked at each other and flashed away in panic. They turned back and said fiercely, "What are you waiting for? You're blind. You didn't see that she stabbed us with a knife first. She accidentally hit the stove. What does it have to do with us? If she doesn't die, we have to go back and report it to the government." "Humph, get out of the way." The three people pushed and shoved away. Yu Shu just recovered from the pool of blood on the ground. She looked at the three people's backs with a gloomy face. She didn't chase after them. Instead, she grabbed the passerby who had just spoken for Zhao Hui and asked anxiously, "Uncle, where did you say she was sent to? Which clinic? Hey, isn't this the child who was helping Sister Zhao's stall? Where did he go just now? Hurry up, your Aunt Zhao has been carried to the clinic behind the street. Hurry up and go have a look." Yu Shu didn't even have time to say thank you. She pushed the people away and ran to the back street. Her mind flashed with the pool of blood on the ground, and her heart was pounding. She ran forward as if she was flying, and when she saw the signboard of a clinic by the roadside, she rushed in. She tripped over the steps and fell forward 2 steps, knocking into a shop assistant. Hey, where did this reckless guy come from?" Yu Shu panted and said, My aunt was just sent here. Where is she?" The waiter's face went blank. "The auntie that was sent here just now was your aunt. Quick, come with me. I was just looking for someone to make a decision." The waiter backhandedly grabbed Yu Shu's arm and dragged her to the back hall. He pulled down the curtain and shouted into the room, "Uncle He, the auntie's family has come." There were 3 or 4 people standing in the back hall, and they all turned their heads to look. Yushu's eyes only fell on the bamboo couch. Her head and face were covered with blood, and she couldn't even see her face clearly. Yushu's heart trembled, and she hurried forward. Coincidentally, the doctor who was wrapping Zhao Hui's head with a white gauze was the one who was kicked out by the Ji family and asked by Chao Zixin to see a doctor. His name was He Fangji. Aunt Hui. Yushu saw that Zhao Hui's eyes were closed and she was barely breathing. She didn't even dare to raise her voice and called her softly. "Don't shout, she's fainted." Dr. He's hands didn't stop moving. He deftly performed a simple first aid. He first covered the blood on Zhao Hui's head before he diverted his attention to talk to Yushu. "You're a relative of her family." Yushu nodded. Her gaze moved and she saw that the back of Zhao Hui's hand was also covered in blood. Her sleeve was red. It was obvious that it was scraped by a piece of debris. "Besides you, is there anyone else in her family?" "No." Yushu hadn't heard Zhao Hui talk about it. If she hadn't seen it on the street earlier, she would have thought that Zhao Hui was an outsider who came to Yiyang City to do some small business. He Fangji sighed and said, "She hit the back of her head. There's a hematoma in her skull and she's lost a lot of blood. Her heart and lungs are injured. She looks like she's suffering from tuberculosis. If we just stop the bleeding, I'm afraid she won't be able to make it for a few days when she wakes up." Yushu's heart went cold. Her mind was a mess. She said in a panic, "Dr. He, are you saying that my Aunt Hui can't be cured? How can that be? Do a good deed and save her. You must have an idea." Yushu's heart was a bit unreal. When Zhao Hui went out in the morning, she was still fine. She even said that she would make a few vegetarian dumplings for her to eat. In just half a day, she became like this. She couldn't live. He Fangji pondered for a moment and looked at her with pity. He took the needle from the medicine boy and held Zhao Hui's hand to pick the debris on the back of her hand. He said with difficulty, "If you want to treat it, you have to use the needle. I've been a doctor for 26 years and I've treated this case twice. I can't guarantee a full recovery, but there's at least a 70% chance of success. I know you aren't a rich family and doctors have the heart of a parent. I don't need to charge you for the consultation fee, but the cost of the medicine is a big number. Dear antler goblins need to be fed continuously. I'm afraid you can't afford it." Yushu's mind was buzzing. It was as if she had returned to many years ago. Outside the hospital ward filled with the smell of disinfectant, her parents hugged each other and cried bitterly. This was what the doctor told her. "Your brother's legs can't be treated with the current medical technology. If you don't want to amputate them and keep his legs, you will need a lot of treatment fees. According to your family situation, you can't afford it." Yushu's throat tightened. She said in a low voice, How much will it cost?" He Fangji saw that the child's face was pale. He just thought that she was too young to bear this heavy burden. Although he sympathized with her, he couldn't help her anymore. In spring, the price of tonics is always 10% or 20% higher than before. I don't have all the medicinal materials in my clinic. I have to go elsewhere to buy them for you. In general, it's about 500 taels. 500 taels. The people who kindly sent Zhao Hui to the clinic all gasped. Seeing that Yushu was so young, they felt pity for her and couldn't help but persuade her. "Child, you should take her back and take good care of her. Maybe she can live a few more days." He Fangji looked at those people and shook his head. He said to Yushu, "Do you want to treat her or take her back now and take good care of her for the last few days?" "Of course, I want to treat her." Yushu's eyes were red and she almost shouted. She was thinking quickly about where to get the money. He Fengji had seen a patient's family like this before. He knew that she was just reluctant, but in the end, she couldn't do it. Although he had the heart of a doctor, he didn't have the ability. There were a few medicinal materials in the clinic that could help this woman live for 2 days. However, he also had a boss, so how could he let his white hair be so kind? Yu Shu saw that He Fengji didn't say a word. She could roughly guess his mood at the moment. She didn't want to make things difficult for him, but at this moment, she had no other choice. She made up her mind and knelt down with a thud. She begged, "Dr. He, please save my Aunt Hui. I can pay for the money. Give me 3 days, no, 2 days. Do a good deed and save my Aunt Hui first. I'll definitely get the money. Dr. He, I know you're a good person, so please do a good deed." After saying that, she kowtowed to He Fengji. The people around looked pitiful and turned their heads away. They couldn't bear to watch. "Please don't be like this, please don't be like this." He Fengji hurriedly pulled Yu Shu and bitterly said, "Child, aren't you deliberately making things difficult for me? Do you think 500 taels of silver is a piece of paper? Where can you get it?" Yu Shu didn't know what to do earlier, but when she saw him soften his tone, she calmed down a little. She knelt down and said, "Yes, I can get it. I won't hide it from you. I work at the Tai Hing Chamber of Commerce as an accountant. I get 5 taels of silver a month. I know head steward pay from the Tai Hing Chamber of Commerce. I'll borrow it from him. I'll definitely get the money." Once she became an official employee, she would get 5 taels of silver a month. That would be 60 taels a year. Forget 8 or 9 years, as long as Pei Jing was willing to give her money for emergencies, she would be willing to work for him for 20 years. He Fengji looked at Yu Shu in surprise. He had heard of the Tai Hing Chamber of Commerce before. Just when he was trying to discern whether her words were true or false, he saw Yu Shu hurriedly taking out a book from her bag and handing it to him. "Look, look. This is the old account book of the Tai Hing Chamber of Commerce. Head steward Pei asked me to bring it home. I didn't lie to you." He Fengji took the book and looked at it suspiciously. It was indeed an official account book. There were stamps and numbers, as well as annotations. He Fengji was even more convinced. He looked at Zhao Hui, who was lying on the bed, and then looked at Yu Shu, who was kneeling in front of him with red eyes. He sighed heavily in his heart and gave her the account book. He stood up and walked out. "I'll give her acupuncture treatment first. I have the herbs in my shop, so I'll give you some for now. I'll give you 3 days to gather as much money as you can. If you can't, don't force it." Delighted, Yu Shu knelt down and kowtowed again. Thank you, Dr. He. **** In the end, He Fengji still forced himself to perform acupuncture on Zhao Hui. He took out an old ginseng from the medical shop, wrote a prescription, and asked the medicine boy to boil the medicine. Zhao Hui didn't have any other relatives, so Yu Shu couldn't leave. She followed her everywhere until He Fengji asked her to. She then spent money to hire a horse carriage and 2 people to help carry Zhao Hui back home. They cleaned up the bloodstains and waited for He Fengji's visit the next day. When they returned to Zhao Hui's home, Yu Xiaoxiu was squatting at the door. When he saw Zhao Hui being carried back covered in blood, he was stunned. Yu Shu didn't have time to pay attention to him. She asked someone to gently move Zhao Hui onto the bed. She turned around and slapped him on the head. "What are you waiting for? Go to the kitchen and start a fire to boil water." Oh. Yu Xiaoxiu stumbled away. Yu Shu went to the opposite door and knocked on it. She called out, "Brother Chow," a few times, but there was no response. She knew that he had already left the city to return home. Her face darkened. In fact, among the medical officers, the first person she thought of asking for help was not Pei Jing, but Chao Zixin. She went next door and asked Auntie who lived next door, to come and take care of Zhao Hui. Because Zhao Hui was a good person, Auntie Hu put down the cooking utensils without hesitation and came to help. Yu Shu sternly warned Yu Xiaoxiu again and gave him 2 taels of silver for emergency. After that, she went back to her room and changed her dirty clothes. She washed her face with cold water in the courtyard and rushed to Vientiane Street to ask for help before the sky turned dark. Unexpectedly, she ran to the main branch of the Tai Hing Chamber of Commerce while panting. When she opened the door, she was told that Pei Jing had left in a carriage 2 hours ago to check the accounts in the neighboring city. Because he left in a hurry, he didn't leave a word or say when he would be back. Without Pei Jing, no one in the Tai Hing Chamber of Commerce would give her 500 taels of silver. Chapter 78. The sky was dark, and the people walking on the street at this time were either running errands or going out to drink. The night breeze was blowing, and there was no one on the riverbank. Yu Shu stood by the river, looking at the black flowing river. Her mouth moved, and she bit off the dry skin on her lower lip. She tasted a little blood. She breathed in and out to calm her restless heart. But in front of her eyes, Zhao Hui's face was covered with blood, and Yu Lei was crying bitterly in the wheelchair. Her stomach turned, and she bent down to vomit on the grass by the river. There was a rhythmic beating on her back. She didn't turn around and simply squatted down. She vomited everything in her stomach in one go before wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. She took 2 steps back and sat down on the grass. She said softly, "Thank you." Jing Chen lowered his hand and looked down at Yu Shu, who was in a sorry state. He frowned and asked, "Did something happen?" Yu Shu patted the grass beside her, and Jing Chen obediently sat down beside her, cross-legged. The Taoist robe he was wearing was clean and spotless, and there were still some water droplets on the back of his neck. He had just come back from bathing in the river outside the city. Yu Shu sniffed, and the smell was suppressed by the person next to her. Something happened in the family, and he injured his head. The treatment will cost a lot of money, and I can't find a place to prepare. Jing Chen said, "Is it your brother?" Yu Shu shook her head. "She's an elder. She usually takes good care of me. I've told you before that I was beaten up by my family. It was Auntie Hui who took me in and let me stay at her house. When I was recuperating, she was the one who took care of me. Think about it, when I went out in the morning, she was still fine. Yesterday, we went to the gathering together. But in just one day, the doctor said that she won't live long. Ah, it's a blessing in disguise." Yu Shu wiped her face and turned to look at Jing Chen. She pursed her lips and said, "Hero, do you still have money?" Jing Chen reached into his pocket and took out the money bag for her. Yu Shu held it in her hand and smiled bitterly. Last time, Jing Chen's jade pendant had been pawned for 50 taels. She had exchanged it for 4 banknotes and a small bag of silver. Now, there was only a thin piece of banknote left in the bag, along with a few crumbs. "I really don't know where you spend all your money. Are all Taoist priests as good at spending as you?" Yu Shu opened the money pouch and took out the 10 taels banknote from it. She handed the remaining bits and pieces back to him. "Lend me these 10 taels." Jing Chen raised his hand and gently blocked the money pouch she handed over. "Take it all." Yu Shu didn't refuse. She put away the money bag and asked, "Do you still have jade?" When she spoke, she stared at the 2 swords on his back. When she thought of the 500 taels, her eyes were red. She wanted to sell herself. "No, that's the last one." Jing Chen followed her gaze and looked at the hilt of the sword on his shoulder. As if he could see through Yu Shu's thoughts, he said bluntly, "My sword can't be used as a pawn." Yu Shu was seen through by him. She awkwardly turned her head and reached out to grab a handful of grass. Suddenly, she thought of something and touched her body. Her face changed. She stood up from the grass and turned around. She almost took off her shoes to check. "What are you looking for?" Yushu said gloomily, "The stone you gave me is missing." Jing Chen's eyes darkened and his eyebrows knitted. No wonder, Yushu heard him whisper, but she didn't hear it clearly. "What did you say?" Jing Chen stood up from the grass and looked at her with a complicated expression. He looked away and had a premonition. The next moment, he turned around and walked into the forest. Where are you going?" "You go back." Yushu saw that he was leaving just like that and was stunned for a moment. Then, she quickly chased after him and muttered, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to lose that stone. I don't know when I lost it. I was carrying it with me a few days ago. It just disappeared." While she was muttering incoherently, Jing Chen turned around. Yushu quickly stopped and looked up. She saw Jing Chen saying coldly, "You go back. Don't come looking for me again." After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. When he lifted his leg, someone grabbed his sleeve from behind. He pulled it twice, but he couldn't pull it back. Yushu lowered her head and held onto his sleeve tightly, refusing to let go. She had come to the riverside, not to wander around aimlessly. She knew that at this time, she needed help. She needed to raise money to save Zhao Hui, and it was not something that she could achieve by herself. In fact, she had a way to get the money, but she couldn't do it alone. She needed Jing Chen's help, and he was the only one she could ask for help now. Jing Chen helplessly turned around and looked at Yushu's black head. He seemed to be able to sense her thoughts and said in a low voice, "Xiaoyu, I can't help you." "You can," Yushu said in a muffled voice. If she knew that Jing Chen would be angry if she lost the stone, she would definitely hide the small stone in the box and never take it out. Jing Chen shook his head. He couldn't help her. The opportunity that they met on the other side of the river had already been formed. If he got involved again, he would hurt her and hurt his Taoist heart. "You can. You can." Yushu tugged at the soft sleeves in her hands, forcing Jing Chen to lower his head. She raised her head and stared at him. There was no weakness in her eyes as she begged for help. Instead, it was filled with a heart-shaking ruthlessness. However, Jing Chen's eyes were as clear as ever. He was unmoved, and what he was thinking in his heart was insignificant. Looking at such clear eyes, Yushu felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured on her head, and she gradually calmed down. "I'm sorry." Yushu's fingers loosened, and the soft material slipped out of her hand. She scratched her head in frustration and apologized for losing her composure just now. Then, she gave Jing Chen a smile that was uglier than crying. "I'm leaving now. I'll come see you in 2 days." It was still the same words she said every time she said goodbye to him, but she didn't get the same response. Jing Chen quietly watched her back as she walked away. He turned around and walked into the forest. When he got to the bridgehead, he inadvertently glanced at his sleeve and saw a line on it. He touched it with his fingers and found that it was a sewing mark. It was rough and abrasive. His Taoist heart moved, and he silently recited a few calming mantras, but he couldn't calm down. His eyes flashed with annoyance. He pulled up his sleeve, turned his toes, stepped over the bridgehead, and rushed to the other side of the river. In a few blinks of an eye, he caught up with the figure in front of him. "Xiaoyu, wait." The biggest gambling place in the east of the city was the Baoran Gambling House on Wanxiang Street. In a day, they gambled with Pai Gao, and their accounts were thousands of taels. It was said that the host of this gambling house was one of the 3 families in the city, Kong, Liu, and Ji. However, no one was clear about which family it was. One morning in the middle of April, nothing different than usual, the gambling house that had been gambling for a night had changed a group of workers to serve the guests. A rough servant cleaned the front door and rolled up the curtain. While there weren't many guests, he took advantage of the fact that there weren't many guests. Suddenly, a pair of feet entered his eyes. It was a pair of black shoes, and the tips of the shoes were torn. At first glance, he knew that it was a poor customer who came to try his luck. Just as he was cursing in his heart, he saw another pair of boots. The boots were made of green silk, with silver thread at the sides. The heel was completely covered, and not a single thread could be found. Half of it was hidden in the soft white robe. The two pairs of shoes, one in front and one at the back, made the rough servant raise his head. He saw a white robe with black and white patterns on it. When he looked up, he saw two swords on the back of the robe. His eyes widened. It wasn't that there weren't any Jianghu people who passed by the gambling house every day, but this person was clearly dressed like a Daoist master. By the time the rough servant remembered to greet him, the person had already walked far away. He stretched his neck to look inside and saw that the Daoist master, who was wearing a bamboo hat, had indeed gone to the Yi district at the top of the eastern wall. When he looked, he saw that the Daoist master was led by a young boy. He was short, dressed in a blue shirt, and his hair was tied up. When he turned his head, he saw that his face was covered in dirt, with a streak of yellow across and a streak of black across. He was clearly a little beggar. As soon as the two of them stood in the Yi district, they attracted a lot of attention. But because of the Daoist master, no one dared to say anything. They only whispered to each other. The originally quiet gambling house in the early morning suddenly became lively. The Daoist master and the beggar were Jing Qin and Yu Shu. Yu Shu turned her head and whispered to Jing Qin, asking him to wait in front of the counter. She went to the west side of the gambling house and bought a 10-tael banknote. She said, "Bring me 50 pairs of gambling house." This gambling house was bigger than the one opposite the Kong family's gambling house. A pair of gambling house sold for 2 taels of silver. The gambling house was open for business, and there was no restriction on meat or vegetables. Even if Yu Shu came in with a Daoist master, even if no one followed her, they wouldn't refuse her if she took the money. On the spot, they counted 50 pairs of gambling house and gave them to Yu Shu with a string of ropes. Jing Qin was looking at the questions on the wall when he heard a clattered sound. He turned his head and saw Yu Shu carrying a large string of wooden gambling house. She probably felt tired, so she lowered her head and hung the large string of gambling house on her neck. She tilted her head and struggled to pick out the tangled hair. She looked so silly. Jing Chen's mouth twitched and he almost laughed. Yu Shu adjusted the sign properly before raising her head to look at the questions on the wall. Then, she turned her head and looked around. She counted about 20 to 30 customers. After making a rough estimate, she leaned on the counter and turned her head to Jing Qin. She whispered, "There's no hurry. Let's wait for more people. I'll read the questions first." As she spoke, she took off the abacus hanging on her waist, moved her fingers, and made a few gestures. Her fingers were like clockwork, fast and accurate. Jing Qin watched from the side, and his eyes were a little surprised. A few guests also heard the sound and turned their heads, but they only had time to see Yu Shu's last few moves, and did not feel that she was powerful. Ding, ding, dang, dang. The staff on the high counter rang the bell. Jing Qin turned his head and asked Yu Shu, "You're not buying?" Yu Shu stared at the scattered gambling house on the wall. She squinted her eyes and softly said, "There's no hurry. Let's wait. 500 taels is not an easy job." Chapter 79. After lunch in the Ji family, Ji Hyotani sat alone in the courtyard. He didn't let his concubine accompany him. He drank his tea alone and flipped through a nameless account book. A steward wearing a headscarf rushed in and whispered in his ear, "Master, something has happened in Baoren Casino. Someone came to cause trouble." From the first 6 rounds, he won 31 rounds. In total, he didn't miss a single round. Many traders heard the news and rushed over to gamble. This morning, we earned 300 taels of silver from the trading area alone. It was all taken by a few customers. We didn't earn a single cent. Ji Hyotani knocked the teacup lid in his hand and a corner fell off. He was shocked. The Baoren Casino wasn't like other places. Every day, the questions were set by dozens of traders from his clan. To avoid repeating questions, they would change the format every 3 days. How could someone win 25 rounds in a row? Where did this person come from? Since you noticed the signs, why didn't you invite him away? Instead, you allowed him to make trouble. The steward complained, "Master, you don't know this. The person who came to cause trouble is a Taoist master. He even has a sword with him. I don't dare to invite him away. It's a Taoist master." Ji Hyotani was in a difficult position. If a Taoist master came to cause trouble in his territory, he wouldn't be polite. However, a Taoist master who could win 25 rounds in a row must have an extraordinary master. If he really did win 25 rounds in a row, he wouldn't be able to afford to offend him. "That's right, master. Now, all the families have sent people to our gambling house to watch the show. The first and second floors are packed. If he continues to win, our Baoren's reputation will be ruined. Now that there are more and more customers, the bets for each round are getting bigger. If he really gambles for another 20 or 30 rounds, we will lose 400 or 500 taels of silver." Hearing this figure, Ji Hyotani also felt his heart ache. Although he had a large business, his third branch had so many people, and their annual expenses were only slightly more than 1,000 taels of silver. Now, someone had borrowed his territory and was sitting on it to earn money. Not only was this destroying his reputation, but it was also plucking his hair. Ji Hyotani couldn't sit still any longer. He stood up and walked out without even changing his clothes. At the same time, he instructed his attendants, "Go to Jingshang Hall and look for Mr. Zhou. Mr. Zhang is here. Prepare the carriage." When he reached the door, he ran into a young man who was walking in. The master and the servant bumped into each other. The door covered their figures, and only a corner of the silk skirt with the ruffles could be seen. A string of crystal-clear milky white jade rings pressed against the hem of the skirt. "Third uncle." Ji Hyotani raised his head and smiled. How did Xingxuan find the time to visit third uncle today? "I'm here to thank third uncle for sending a pair of white-headed birds to my yard yesterday. I like them very much. Are you going out?" "Yes, I'm going out." "Third uncle, I see that your eyelids are slightly protruding and the back of your ears are pale. You look like you're going to lose money. It's best if you don't go out today." Hearing this, Ji Hyotani looked at the person outside the door and had an idea. He said, "Xingxuan, didn't you say last time that you wanted to know how to gamble? Third uncle is going to the gambling house on Wanxiang Street. Do you want to go out with me to see what's going on and help third uncle come up with some ideas?" "But, if father knows, he won't be happy." "Hee, if you don't say it, and I don't say it, how will your father know? Didn't you say that third uncle will lose money today? You can come and help third uncle to get rid of the bad luck. Then, I'll go with third uncle to have a look." The worry on Ji Hyotani's face disappeared. He smiled and led the way. "Let's go." His precious fourth niece was good at mathematics. Everyone in Yang City knew that the fourth daughter of the Ji family had passed the Dian examination and entered the Imperial Historian's Library to learn E. But they didn't know that she had passed 2 subjects at once. One was physiognomy, and the other was arithmetic. She was in the top 100 in arithmetic. The Ji family had a 16-year-old great arithmetic master. Even the Kong and Lu families didn't know about this. The 36th round, one hit, card number 79. On the high counter, the waiter rang the bell. Hearing that someone was in the crowd, almost at the same time, everyone shifted their gazes to the front of the counter and the beggar. Seeing the little beggar's action of flipping over the sign, another round of whispers rang out. Their gazes towards Jing Qin became more and more curious and respectful. Yu Shu turned over the black card in her hand and handed it to the stiff-faced waiter. She grabbed a handful of silver in his hand, counted it, and stuffed it into the cloth bag hanging in front of her. The bag was half full. There were silver and banknotes, about 200 taels. Jing Qin was beside Yu Shu. When he looked down, he could see the red marks on Yu Shu's neck under the brim of her hat. Her collar was soaked with sweat. She leaned on the counter with one hand and changed her foot to support her upper body. They had stood here for a whole morning, a full 6 hours. Even he felt slightly uncomfortable, let alone her. Compared to the dozens of games she had won, what surprised him more was her physical strength, or endurance. Because no matter how he looked at her, she didn't look like a patient person. Yu Shu's throat was itchy and uncomfortable. Taking advantage of the time when the waiter took off the cards and changed the questions, she took a breath and took the bamboo tube hanging on her belt. She opened the stopper and took a small sip. Looking at the small half of the water left in it, she regretted not bringing an extra tube. She turned her head and saw Jing Qin looking at her, so she handed the bamboo tube to him. "Drink some water." Jing Qin could not eat or drink for 3 days. Of course, he wouldn't care about this 1 or 2 mouthfuls of water. He shook his head, reached out, and held her left wrist, which was a little hot, and put his palm on her pulse. Yu Shu was shocked by Jing Qin's sudden action, and then the cool feeling from her wrist made her shiver comfortably. She was sweating all over, as if she had swallowed a mouthful of ice into her stomach. It was cold to the heart. For a moment, she didn't think that men and women shouldn't kiss when holding hands. She stared at Jing Qin with amazement and asked in a low voice, "Why is your hand so cold?" Jing Qin shook his head and signaled her to look at the wall with his eyes. "The question is out." Yu Shu turned her head and saw that the new question on the wall had been changed. The bell rang and the start was announced. It was an arithmetic problem to solve the multiplication of multi-digit numbers. The paper was full of numbers, and it was obviously more complicated than the previous questions. The casino couldn't bear it. One of her hands was held by Jing Qin, and the other hand was moving the abacus. She silently counted the numbers in her heart. When she was calculating attentively, the coldness on her left wrist disappeared. She didn't think and turned her hand to catch up with the retreating coolness. She closed her 5 fingers and held it firmly. "Don't move." Jing Qin looked down at his hand that was held by Yu Shu, and then looked at her dirty side profile. His eyes swept over her sweaty and shining eyebrows, but he didn't move. Somewhere on the 2nd floor, Ji Hyotani stood by the window and looked at the crowded district. He pointed at the conspicuous white figure. "Is it them?" Someone beside him answered respectfully. "It's the Taoist priest in the white robe and bamboo hat." Ji Hyotani held the purple clay teapot and took a sip. He squinted his eyes and said, "What does the little beggar beside him do?" "Holding an abacus." "He's an assistant." One couldn't blame the person upstairs for being blind. Although Yu Shu was the one who did the calculations, Jing Qin was the one who wrote down the answer and placed the bet. Think about it, when a Taoist master and a beggar stood together, how many people would think that the beggar was the one in charge? Ji Hyotani's eyes were sharp. He stared at the bottom of the stairs for 2 rounds and noticed the subtle difference. He snorted. How is he an assistant? He's obviously a troublemaker. Sitting beside Ji Hyotani, there was a young lady with a veil over her face. She looked at the scene below curiously. She was quiet and did not interrupt. Ji Hyotani turned to the round table behind him. He said to the two teachers that he brought with him, "Please come up with the questions. We must make it difficult for them and stop them from showing off." The two teachers looked at each other and nodded. Soon, someone handed them a piece of paper and a pen that was specially used to come up with the questions. The two teachers held their hands together and discussed while writing down the difficult questions. They also attached a piece of paper with the solution to the question at the back. Every time they finished writing a paper, someone would send it downstairs. Half an hour later, there was a commotion downstairs. Nobody knew how many times the number was announced. The 46th round, one hit, number 89. Ji Hyotani stared at the two figures downstairs with an ugly expression. Behind him, the two teachers were sweating profusely. They looked ashamed and their hands were trembling. The 8 questions that had just been given were all solved by someone else without a single mistake. Third uncle, those two people are not simple. Just now, Mr. Zhou and Mr. Zhang's questions were already difficult, but they still managed to get a good one. Moreover, they solved each question in half a cup of tea's time. I can only say that they are really capable. We can't blame the two teachers. The two teachers who came up with the questions looked at their fourth miss gratefully. Only then did they regain some face. Ji Hyotani smiled bitterly. "Xingxuan, do you know that these two people are earning money from me? If I allow them to continue winning, I'm afraid that my gambling house will have to close down tomorrow. Is it that serious? You might not know this, but the reason why our gambling house can become the biggest gambling house on Vientiane Street is all because of the questions. Other people sell their cards for 10 taels of silver, but we sell our cards for 20 taels of silver. Traders don't lack taels of silver. What do they want? They want to show off their skills, win money, and gain face. But today, they messed up the whole situation. Who cares if our questions are high or not? People will only think that our Baoran Casino's signboard has been smashed and our reputation is ruined. Who will come and play again?" After Ji Xiaogu explained, he sighed and said, "Although there are profits and losses in business, if the Taoist priest downstairs had been more courteous and knew when to stop, third uncle would have accepted it and given them a free gift of 100 or 200 taels to spend. But from the looks of it, they won't let this matter rest so easily. If we can't destroy their prestige, tomorrow, we'll have to withdraw from the trading area of this building." Earning less money is a small matter, but those who know the inside story will know that this is our Ji family's territory. Hearing Ji Hyotani sigh, the young miss who was sitting by the window looked downstairs at the two figures in the gambling house. Her eyes lit up with interest. After thinking for a while, she turned her head and said, "Third uncle, let me help you with a few questions." Ji Xiaogu was waiting for her to take the initiative to speak. If it was any other ordinary member of the younger generation in the family, he would have just given the order. But this was his fourth niece. Even he had to be careful around her. If he forced her to help him in this murky place today, and his second brother and mother found out, they would definitely give him a hard time. That would be great. Third uncle wants to see what new skills you have learned in LoveLore Library. Servants, prepare new paper and ink. Ji Hyotani's cloudy face turned sunny. He was calculating in his heart as he called the servants in. The two traders at the table sensibly stood up and moved away. Ji Hyotani stood up and followed them. He waved his hand to call the supervisor who was waiting at the side. He whispered a few words in his ear and his eyes shone. Chapter 80. Today, the Baoran Casino on Vientiane Street was very crowded. People outside couldn't get in, so they gathered at the door to watch the fun and heard some words from inside. "It's the 48th round. He won again. The people inside and outside the door burst into an uproar. Some busybodies craned their necks and wanted to see what kind of masters were talking about on the street who won 40 rounds in a row in the Bowron Casino. Yushu raises her head and takes a sip of water. She wipes the corner of her mouth and looks at the new questions on the wall. She is not in a hurry to solve them. She is suspicious. An hour ago, the questions were obviously more difficult. There were about 8 questions. She just got a little bit of energy to solve them, and now they are easy again. Could it be that the biggest gambling place on Vientiane Street is so powerful? Jing Chen saw Yushu frowning for the first time since the morning. He thought it was because the new questions were difficult to solve, so he asked softly, "Is this one difficult?" Yushu shook her head slowly and smiled at him with a hint of mockery. "I'm a little disappointed." Disappointed? Yushu nodded with her hand on the abacus. No problem. Whether it was in her previous life or this life, mathematics wasn't just a survival skill for her. She loved mathematics. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that every time she solved a difficult problem, it was more exciting than eating a big meal. Jing Chen looked at the unfamiliar and obscure math questions on the wall. Hearing Yushu's shameless boasting, he couldn't help but feel a little strange. Even a person like him, who had not dabbled in mathematical knowledge, could see her amazing points. With such ability, if she didn't die young, she would definitely become something in the future. Logically speaking, such a person, even if her face was not smooth, she should have great ups and downs. However, she was born with an extremely mediocre face, which made him unable to see any signs of it. So he mistakenly classified her as a mediocre person from the beginning and gave her the yellow frost stone without worry. With her help, he saved a lot of trouble, but he didn't expect that she would. Ding. 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 The sudden ringing of the bell interrupted Jing Chen's train of thought. It was quiet all around. The waiter who was supposed to set the question climbed down the high counter and was replaced by a plump middle-aged man. He smiled and cupped his hands towards the people in the E-district. He raised his voice and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, it's rare to have such a good time today. In order to let our guests enjoy themselves to the fullest, our boss has announced that from this round onwards, for the next 5 rounds, our Bowron Casino will be changing the betting house. With our signage as the base, the payout is 1-3. How much you win, how much you lose." As soon as these words were said, the audience was silent for a moment before clamoring broke out. Even if you bet 100 taels of silver, as long as you could win, no matter how many people bet, the banker would have to pay 300 taels of silver to the winner. Many people had been gambling for more than 10 years, and this was the first time they saw a situation where the payout was 1-3. A few old gamblers were so excited that their faces turned red. They didn't even care how difficult the question was for the banker to be confident that the payout was 1-3. The middle-aged shopkeeper saw that the atmosphere was just right, so he raised his voice again and said, "However, as everyone can see, there are too many guests in the casino today. If this goes on, the door of our Bowron Casino will be broken by the crowd. After these 5 rounds, please go back and play again tomorrow morning. On behalf of our boss, I beg for your forgiveness." Before the others could figure out what was going on, a few people in the crowd shouted, "Shopkeeper Chi, you're too polite. Boss Bao Ren is a straightforward person. Why would we make it difficult for you? 5 rounds it is then." After these words were said, the traders were all people of status, so no one dared to argue with them. It was decided that the payout would be 1-3 for the last 5 rounds. Shopkeeper Chi smiled and clapped his hands. "That's good. The game will start in 10 minutes. If you want to bet, please go ahead and buy your cards. If you don't want to play big games, you can take your cards and return them." The crowd moved, and a few more people were added to the long tables by the wall, but no one went to return their cards. Yushu watched the shopkeeper warming up the scene with a smile. She touched the remaining 8 pairs of cards on her neck, raised her eyebrows and said to Jing Qin, "This is for us." With such a scene, would the next 5 rounds be difficult? Jing Chen looked back at her. He was sure that her eyes were shining, not out of worry, but out of excitement and expectation. He couldn't help but wonder how he had misjudged her. How could he have mistaken such a lively and bright person for a mediocre person? 1-3, the payout depends on who wins. I'll bet on the first round. Several identical questions were posted on the wall. Yushu took a closer look. When she saw the questions clearly, she couldn't help but look a little strange. What? The paper closest to her wrote, "The lake is calm in June, and the lotus is half a foot out of the water." Suddenly a gust of wind came, and the lake was no longer visible. In autumn, the fisherman found that the withered flowers were 2 feet away from the root, and how deep was the water? The layman just watched the fun, while the expert knew the artistry. Yushu could tell at a glance that behind this elegant poem, there was a graph question that used the Pythagorean law. Not to mention whether it was difficult or not, this was the first, technical, question that Yushu had encountered so far. How could she not be surprised? With one look, she knew that the person who came up with the question had changed. Yushu looked up at the shopkeeper who was standing on the high counter. The shopkeeper was also observing her and Jing Qin. When their eyes met, the shopkeeper smiled at her. No matter how you looked at it, he looked a little proud. Yushu looked at the people at the tables around her. Most of them had taken out silver and banknotes to place big bets. She made a rough calculation and estimated that the bet for this round would be more than 100 taels. If no one won, it would all go into the banker's pocket. If she placed a big bet and won a few 100 taels, the banker would have to pay her back. If she was ruthless enough, she could use the 200 taels she had now to place 5 rounds in a row. Then, this casino wouldn't be able to pay her back. But if she did that, her conscience wouldn't be at ease. In fact, if it wasn't a last resort, she wouldn't want to mess with this casino and block their path to wealth. In her past life, she was too greedy and earned too much money, which was why she was at the end of her rope. In this life, she wouldn't force herself to that point. She wasn't a good person and would do bad things, but there was a bottom line when doing bad things. She wouldn't do anything that crossed the bottom line of her conscience. 500 taels. Including the consultation fee for Dr. He and the expenses for Zhao Hui's recuperation, she had 600 taels. This was her bottom line. She wouldn't take any more than that. After shaking off that tempting greed and making up her mind, Yushu relaxed. The corners of her mouth curved up as she lowered her head. She grabbed the charcoal pen and leisurely wrote on the paper. However, she wasn't as nervous as before. Jing Chen seemed to have sensed something and turned his head to look at her. It was unknown whether he knew or did not know that the person beside him had just given up the chance to become rich overnight, something that many people dreamed of with a single thought. When the banker announced that the bets were ready, Yushu was still fiddling with her abacus. She still had 8 tokens around her neck. This round, she didn't let Jing Chen place a bet. The first round was, of course, a buy. The banker and the customers in the all-eating casino heard that there was a buy for the first time since morning. They were stunned, but they secretly sighed in relief. They felt that it was natural. If they kept winning like this, they would really be lawless. Everyone thought that the calculation was inaccurate, so they didn't dare to take the risk and place a big bet. On the second floor, when Ji Hyotani heard that there was a buy, he laughed on the spot. He didn't hesitate to praise, "Our family Xingxuan is really capable." The ones taught by the LoveLore Library are really different. The girl by the window sill laughed but didn't say anything else. She just looked downstairs and waited for the next round. The second and third rounds were all buys. No one had one. She withdrew her gaze in disappointment and raised her head to press her forehead. She couldn't even answer the first 3 questions, let alone the remaining 2. Ji Hyotani noticed and hurriedly asked with concern, "What's wrong? Is the smell down there making you have a headache again?" "A little. Third uncle, please ask someone to send me back." The scene downstairs had been under control. Ji Hyotani felt that there was no need to keep her, so he got up and said, "Let's go. Third uncle will send you back." As soon as the 2 of them got up, they heard a sudden uproar downstairs. After circling the last number on the paper with a charcoal pencil, Yushu breathed a sigh of relief and tiptoed to tell the number in Jing Chen's ear. Then, without hesitation, she poured the entire bag of silver onto the table in front of her, piling it up into a small hill. There were a few banknotes in the middle. This was all the money she had earned from winning 43 matches in the past 8 hours. This scene caused an uproar among the onlookers around, and their eyes were red. The pile of money was more than 200 taels. Jing Chen put the written answer on the table, turned over the card, and looked at the pile of silver next to him. Although Yushu didn't even use the card in the first 3 rounds, he had a hunch that she wouldn't lose this round. Yushu gathered the silver and turned to look at Jing Chen, who was even more calm and composed than she was. Thinking about how he had stood here with her for an entire day without showing the slightest bit of impatience, she felt that he really had a good temper. She felt an itch in her heart and her old habit came back. She nudged him with her elbow, covered her mouth with one hand, and whispered to him, "If we lose this round, all our previous efforts will be in vain. I'm afraid we will have to change places. Will you still accompany me there?" Jing Chen nodded. "I promise to help you, and I will finish what I started." Hee hee. Yushu scratched her chin. Hearing Jing Chen's answer, she felt very happy in her heart. She secretly praised herself for having a good eye. When she was brought back to the city by him in the suburbs, she already knew that Jing Xiaobai was reliable. The bell in the Yi district rang again. This time, without the banker shouting, the crowd consciously quieted down. Many pairs of eyes moved back and forth between his double chin and the pile of silver in front of Yushu. The 4th round, the odds are 1 to 3, number 94 wins by 1. Many people at the bottom of the building swallowed their saliva. Those who could see the begging were either envious or in awe. On the 2nd floor, Ji Xiaogu clenched his fists so hard that a cracking sound could be heard. His gaze darkened. The young lady beside him covered her mouth in surprise and said to herself, "I've only heard about this problem from my teacher. I didn't expect someone to be able to solve it." After talking to herself, she stretched out her hand and pulled his sleeve. "Third uncle, can you help me ask those 2 people to come up later? I have something to ask them." Even if she didn't say it, Ji Hyotani also wanted to ask them to stay. No matter where the Daoist was, he couldn't let such capable people go since they showed up. No matter what, he had to build a relationship with them first. Ji Hyotani could imagine that after this night, the Daoist and the begging Daoist who won more than 40 rounds in the Yi district would cause a huge stir in the Vientiane street. If they could really stay, then, someone, go. Ji Hyotani stopped halfway because he saw that the Daoist and the begging Daoist had won the 4th round. After taking the silver, they gave up the last round and pushed through the crowd, intending to leave. "Third uncle, they are leaving." Chapter 81. How is it? Is there anyone following us? Yushu hid behind an old locust tree. She held the silver pouch and peeked out. "No, come here." Jing Chen stood at the entrance of the opposite alley and waved at her. Yushu quickly jogged over. The alarm was lifted, and she finally dared to take a deep breath. She fanned her ears with her palms. An hour ago, she and Jing Chen made a lot of money at the Baoran Casino. When they left, a large group of people followed them. At first, they followed them secretly. Later on, it became an open carriage. The two of them walked half a circle around the east side of the city. Just now, they got rid of all the people following them. Look, Yushu held up the heavy silver pouch in her bosom for Jingchen to see, and said with a proud smile, I told you that you could help me. If it wasn't for you protecting me, where would we have gotten so much money? Jingchen smiled noncommittally, thinking to himself, this person really recovered quickly. Last night by the river, she was still listless, but today she was full of energy. That time in the suburbs, she was also like this. She had escaped danger from the tiger's mouth, and the night passed. The next day, when he brought them back to the city, she was already talking and laughing on the way. He had seen many people in the secular world since he left the mountain. The one in front of him was the one who understood life the most. Take it. This is your 10 taels plus interest. Yushu took out a crumpled banknote and stuffed it into Jing Chen's hand. He didn't refuse. She tugged at her sweaty collar and leaned against the wall. When she touched her face, her hand was covered in black mud. When she smelled the stench of sweat on her body, she felt disgusted. On the other hand, Jing Chen still looked fresh and clean, which made her envious. Jing Chen unsheathed the two swords on his back and took off his Daoist robe. He flipped it over and put it back on. He covered the black and white stripes of Dao patterns, turning it into an ordinary white robe, concealing his identity as a Daoist priest. Yushu didn't know the function of this Taoist robe until this morning. She didn't notice it when she was washing his clothes. After catching her breath, Yushu straightened her back and patted the money pouch in her arms. She said, let's go. We'll see you to the end and send me home. Otherwise, I'll be robbed on the road like a beggar. Jing Chen nodded and turned to walk towards Lu Shi. Yushu followed behind him for a while before she felt that something was wrong. She asked curiously, how did you know that my house is going that way? Last night, Jing Chen promised to help her by the river, so she went back to Zhao Hui's house alone. In the morning, they met by the river. Logically speaking, Jing Chen didn't know where Zhao Hui's house was, but he was walking in the direction of Zhao Hui's house. Hearing this, Jing Chen stopped. He turned around and said, isn't it this way? Which way should I go? Yushu was speechless. She thought this person was leading the way blindly. She raised her hand and said, let's go. It's that way. Jing Chen stopped this time. He waited for her to walk in front of him. Then he followed her at a distance. Yushu tried to pick a small path. Although there were many people on the street at dusk, no one paid much attention to a little beggar like her. There were many people in Yang City. Jing Chen, who was wearing a bamboo hat and holding a sword, didn't care. The two pretended to be strangers. They returned to the alley of Zhao Hui's house one after another. When Yushu walked to the door, she saw Jing Chen standing a few steps away. She stopped knocking on the door and waved at him. Come on in. Have some tea and something to eat. You've been hungry the whole day. Jing Chen shook his head. The gray cloth hanging from his bamboo hat covered his face. His expression couldn't be seen clearly. The setting sun behind him made his shadow elongate. Yushu vaguely felt that something was wrong. She turned around and took 2 steps towards him. Master Jing Chen. Xiaoyu, you're home. Let's say goodbye. As soon as Yushu heard this, she felt that something was amiss. It seemed as if they were going to part ways. Should I look for you tomorrow? She asked tentatively. As it turned out, her hunch was right. Jing Chen's tone suddenly turned cold. You don't have to look for me anymore. We're already fated. There's no need for us to be involved anymore. Yushu immediately understood that Jing Xiaobai was planning to cut ties with her. They would not even be friends in the future. Lin Yiqian wanted to be angry and laugh at the same time. When she heard that Jing Chen wanted to cut ties with her so easily, she could not help but feel helpless and wronged. Although in the beginning, she approached Jing Chen with selfish intentions. She did not purely want to use him to learn some Daoist techniques. However, after she found her master, she no longer had any ideas about him. She ran errands for him and helped him wash his clothes. Later, when she had nothing to do, she would go over to chat with him to relieve her boredom. She would also vent her frustrations at the same time. She had already regarded him as a worthy friend. Jing Chen never showed any impatience. Every time, he would quietly listen to her talk. Occasionally, he would even comfort her. Even after such a big incident, he was willing to help her. Lin Yiqian had thought that they were already friends. But after all this time, it turned out that she had been too eager to shave her head. This little bit of friendship, in Jing Daozhang's eyes, was nothing. With just one word, it could be done, and if he said no, it could be gone. It was too frustrating. What fated fate? Did he really think that he was a deity just because he wore a white robe and could fly? She secretly gritted her teeth and thought for a long time. Finally, she thought of a reason that caused them to be destined to be together. She immediately said in a bad mood, "Hey, are you still angry that I lost the small stone you gave me?" Last night, she had mentioned the stone. That was why he had turned against her and told her not to look for him anymore. She would never believe that he had nothing to do with the stone. Jing Chen's silence further confirmed Yu Shu's suspicions. She pursed her lips and pulled a long face. After a long time, she said with a sullen face, "I'm sorry. I really didn't know that the stone was so important. When you gave it to me, I thought it was just a small toy. If I had known earlier, I would have taken good care of it. How about this? Give me a few days. I'll look for that stone. Maybe I lost my hand and it's still at home. When I find it, you can take back what you said just now. Fate has come to an end, let's part ways, okay?" She looked at Jing Chen sincerely, even with a hint of pleading. Seeing that he was still silent, as if he had already made up his mind and there was no room for discussion, she felt a burst of irritation in her heart. The joy of earning enough medical fees disappeared without a trace. Raising her hand to scratch her hair, she said gloomily, "Say something if it's okay or not. If it's really not okay, then just leave. In any case, you're not from Yang City and will leave sooner or later. Who knows if you'll remember me in the future." His eyelids moved. Jing Chen finally had a reaction. He suddenly asked, "Yellow frost stone has another name. Do you know what it is?" Yu Shu shook her head blankly. "What's it called?" "The adversity blocking stone." Jing Chen sighed. He couldn't help but tell her. Well, it was better to make it clear to her and let her complain. Adversity blocking stone. Yu Shu asked suspiciously, "What do you mean? Can that stone block disasters?" "Yes. The adversity blocking stone is a treasure of my sect. It was given to me by my master when I left the mountain." Yu Shu had heard a lot about treasures that could attract good fortune and avoid disasters from Qingzheng. But she had never heard of the adversity blocking stone. She had never seen it sold in the market. Yu Shu was puzzled. "Since it is a treasure, why were you willing to give it to me? We were not familiar at that time, right?" Since Jing Chen had opened his mouth, he didn't intend to hide it from her. He prepared his words and asked first, "Have you heard of the 9 luminaries?" Yu Shu nodded hesitantly. Qingzheng had taught her that the 9 luminaries were the sun, moon, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, Ketu, and Rahu. They were the 9 stars that affected the fortune and misfortune of the human world. Once, when they were watching the stars at night, he specially reminded her that Ketu and Rahu were the two most ominous stars. Jing Chen lowered his head slightly and let the curtain cover his sight. He said softly, "I was born to offend the Ketu star. It doesn't matter to me, but anyone who is involved with me will definitely get into trouble. The more complicated the fate of the person is, the more serious the disaster will be. If I'm not wrong, you were in danger in the suburbs before, and then you were kicked out of your home. You suffered physical pain and almost lived on the streets, including the disaster of losing money these 2 days. It's all because of me. That day, when I brought you back from the suburbs to the city, I didn't want to be involved with you anymore. But I felt that I was constantly involved. I was afraid that you would have nowhere to go in the future, so I left a place for you to go and let you find me if you needed anything. Later, I saw that you looked ordinary and kind, so I gave you the adversity blocking stone. I thought that with it, you wouldn't get into trouble. Wait. Yu Shu interrupted Jing Chen. She squinted her eyes and organized Jing Chen's words, trying to find the key point in the chaos. You mean, the reason why I've been so unlucky these days is all because I met you? She opened her eyes with a tangled face and pointed at Jing Chen's chest. Jing Chen nodded and quietly looked at her face. He couldn't tell if she was angry or angry now. Yu Shu licked her lips. She was unwilling to believe that she had been unlucky these days because of Jing Chen. After thinking about it, an idea flashed in her mind. She punched her palm. That's not right. What you said just now is wrong. According to what you said, I was taken to the suburbs by the group of human traffickers. It had nothing to do with you. I didn't know you at that time. You saw me before that. Jing Chen said. How? Yu Shu thought, could it be that the previous her had seen him? Jing Chen said, it was the day you were taken away. On the bank of the river, I was in the plum forest on the opposite bank. You were flying paper kites. Yu Shu rolled her eyes. That's because you saw me, okay? According to what you said, you're too powerful. I'll be unlucky just by looking at me. Jing Chen shook his head and said lightly, you saw me too. Wait a minute. That afternoon, she and Yu Xiaoxiu went to fly a kite. On the river, she looked at the plum forest opposite for a long time. It seemed, probably. She did see a white shadow. At that time, she thought her eyes were playing tricks on her. When Jing Chen saw her widened eyes, he knew that she had remembered. That shouldn't be the case. We were so far away. I just took a look at you. I didn't see clearly at all. How did I get involved with you? Chapter 82. Jing Chen was used to it and said, I've been learning since I was young and I can sense it. Once my Taoist heart is triggered, I'll be implicated and the other party will be in trouble. How did the sixth sense come into play? Did it have to be so accurate? Yu Shu glared at Jing Chen and did not know whether to laugh or cry. This is like cutting vegetables with your hand. You can't blame yourself for being careless, but blame the kitchen knife seller and the pig butcher next door. What's the relationship between the two? The gray gauze on the brim of the hat was blown by her breath. Jing Chen was silent. His mind was filled with thoughts of the butcher, and he was a little confused. After calming down for a while, he drove out these messy thoughts that were trying to subvert his many years of knowledge. He suppressed the desire that was about to burst out of his heart and said in a low voice, I'm telling the truth. The adversity blocking stone has been lost. If you get involved with me again, there will be endless disasters. If possible, he also wanted to be friends with her. He liked the way she spoke, her lively personality, and even her occasional complaints were interesting to him. There was no such person in Longhu. Most of them were dull and boring, just like him. However, he could not. No one knew the dangers of fate better than him. He did not want the person who took the initiative to get close to him to hate him one day. At the end of the day, it was all because of that small stone. Yu Shu thought angrily. It wasn't that she didn't believe Jing Chen's words. It was just that she had to blame everything that had happened to her on an unrelated person. She really couldn't bring herself to do such a shameless and hurtful thing. Who did not have misfortune and good fortune? Who could avoid misfortune for the rest of their lives? In her opinion, it was her fault that she almost became a tribute and was beaten up and chased out by the Ji family. However, she was saved by Jing Qin, picked up by Chao Zixin, taken in by Zhao Hui, appreciated by Pei Jing, and accepted as a disciple by Qing Zheng. Wasn't it all her luck? Did this mean that everything that happened to her after she met Jing Qin was all bad luck? Moreover, the money for Zhao Hui's medical treatment was prepared with Jing Chen's help. Jing Chen had helped her time and time again and stood up for her, but now that something had happened to her, she still had to blame him. Was there such a damned logic? Thinking of this, she suddenly felt relieved. Jing Chen, Yu Shu called his name directly for the first time. 2 days ago, I was at the Three Pure Ones meeting and I was doing fortune-telling for someone. That Mr. Dis said that I had a dog-shit life and gave me a sentence. He said something like, a short life isn't a great emptiness, but one's life is full of calamities and difficulties, frequent calamities and adversity, and one's life is full of hardships and difficulties. In other words, everyone in the city is a short-lived ghost. Their lives are cheap, and they don't have any consciousness. Then, someone told me that when it comes to fame and fortune, we can only believe it 5 or 6 times. Sometimes, it can't be done accurately. She talked about a lot of things and finally sighed. She raised her head and said seriously, I want to say that without you, my luck would not be much better. Maybe I would be even more unlucky. No matter what, I want to thank you for helping me when I was at my wit's end. Yu Shu was rather gloomy. As a mathematics student, she really couldn't say anything too emotional. In any case, what she meant was what she meant. You've stayed in Yang City for so long. You should have finished what you needed to do. If you want to leave, then leave. It's just that I still owe you a favor. Remember this for me. If you pass by Yang City again, you must come and see me. Goodbye. Yu Shu took 2 steps back and smiled and waved at Jing Qin. Her dirty face squeezed out a smile. There was some sadness, some reluctance, and some sparkling enthusiasm. Every one of them was sincere. Looking at her smiling face, something moved in Jing Chen's heart. He opened his mouth, but in the end, he nodded his head towards her. He looked at her seriously. After looking at her lively face a few times, he turned around and walked towards the entrance of the alleyway. After a few steps, his eyes regained their clarity. Before he found the person who could break his fate, he had to guard his Dao heart and not move a single step. Yu Shu watched as Jing Chen disappeared from her sight. Only then did she retract her gaze in disappointment. In her heart, she thought that in the future, there would be no place for her to pour out her grievances. Just as her hand was placed on the door in front of her was pulled open. Yu Xiaoxiu stood at the door with a basin of water in his hand. When he saw Yu Shu who was covered in mud, he almost thought that she was a beggar. Big sister, big sister. You're back, you're finally back. Quickly come in, Aunt Hui has woken up. Really? Yu Shu was pleasantly surprised. She first put aside the matter regarding Jing Qin. In the morning, when she left, Zhao Hui was still unconscious, and she was worried that Zhao Hui wouldn't be able to make it. Now, it's great. Really, really. Yu Xiaoxiu casually splashed the water outside the door, then pulled Yu Shu's hand and walked inside. Zhao Hui was lying on the bed sickly. The white undershirt that she was wearing in the mountains was changed after Aunt Hu, who lived next door, helped her wipe her body after she had a fever in the morning. A thick white gauze was wrapped around her head, and the arm that was outside of the blanket was also carefully bandaged. She heard some of the movements outside, but since she couldn't move her head, she could only turn her head and look towards the door. Yushu knew that her body was dirty, so she squatted at the side of the bed and didn't dare to get too close. Seeing that Zhao Hui was looking at her with her swollen eyelids, Yushu asked nervously, Aunt Hui, are you awake? Can you still recognize me? Yesterday, Dr. He said that after Zhao Hui woke up, she might not be able to recognize anyone for a while. On one hand, Yushu felt that it was good for Zhao Hui to forget those sad things, but on the other hand, she was worried that Zhao Hui would also forget about it. Xiao. You. Zhao Hui's voice was light, but Yushu still heard it. She was so happy that she almost shed tears. She nodded vigorously and said, Yes, it's Xiao Yu. It's me. She turned her head and asked Yu Xiaoxiu, did Dr. He come today? What did he say? Yu Xiaoxiu said, not long after he left, he gave Aunt Hui acupuncture treatment and changed the medicine for her wound. He also left 2 packets of medicine for Aunt Hu to boil. Sister, Dr. He also asked about you. Yushu's eyelids twitched. What did he ask me? Zhao Hui and Yu Xiaoxiu didn't know about the 500 taels. Yesterday, she was in a hurry and forgot to tell Dr. He not to let him slip again. He just asked when you're coming back and told you to go to his place. Oh. Yushu secretly sighed. Xiao. You. Hearing Zhao Hui's soft call, Yushu turned her gaze back to her. She saw the worry in her eyes under her swollen eyelids and her pale face, which made her heart ache. She comforted her in a soft voice, Aunt Hui, rest well and don't think about anything. Dr. He's medical skills are very high and he will cure you. You should close your eyes and rest first. I'll go to Dr. He's place and see why he's looking for me. I'll talk to you when I come back. Zhao Hui had just woken up not long ago. She had lost a lot of blood from her head and couldn't hold on for a while. When she saw that Yushu was fine, she felt a bit more at ease and closed her eyes weakly. Yushu ordered Yu Xiaoxiu to fetch some water. She placed the money in her bag in an inconspicuous place and picked out 80 taels worth of banknotes. She patted the banknotes and thought to herself, it's better to be rich. She went out to wash her hands and face, drank half a pot of water, and returned to the room to change into a set of clean clothes. Then she hugged the heavy bag of gold and hurried out to give the money to He Fangji. The sky was about to turn dark, so she didn't dare to slow down. When she arrived at the clinic, He Fangji was rubbing the medicine. He wasn't surprised to see her, but he was invited to the back hall by Yushu. When he saw her open the cloth bag in her arms and reveal a bag of silver, he was dumbfounded. Yushu taught him the principle of not showing off one's wealth, but He Fangji was the one who handled the money. She didn't suspect him, so she simply revealed it openly. Dr. He, there's 500 taels here. It's a bit more than that. Please count it and see if it's enough. He Fangji closed his mouth and turned around to call the medicine boy to stand guard at the door. There was a silver scale there and he carefully counted the money. In the end, it was 500 taels and 17 taels. Yushu helped him pack up the silver and took out 2 ingots of silver. She gave them to him. Dr. He, I'll have to trouble you to take care of my aunt's illness. These 500 taels are for the medicine. If it's not enough, I'll think of something else later. You must accept the consultation fee. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease seeing you running to our house every day. Yushu was able to raise 500 taels of gold in 2 days, so He Fangji wouldn't treat her like an ordinary child. Seeing that she was able to speak openly at such a young age, he hesitated for a moment before weighing 1 ingot and returning the other to her. This is my subordinate. Take this back and buy some oil for your younger brother to nourish his body. I'll take his pulse in the next few days. This child's body is a bit weak. If he doesn't eat well, it'll affect his growth. As for your aunt, she's in good condition and isn't in any danger for the time being. You don't have to worry. I'll go see her tomorrow morning. Yu Shu admired He Fangji's medical ethics and bowed to thank him. After carefully listening to the will, Yu Shu walked out of the medical center. She took a deep breath of the cool night air and exhaled the foul air. She went straight to the stalls selling mutton pancakes on the street and bought 3 in one go. She squatted at the intersection and stuffed them into her mouth. She ate them happily. She had been hungry since last night and felt like she was floating when she walked. She silently rubbed her stomach and wiped the oil from her mouth. Ignoring the disdainful looks from passers-by, she bought 5 more mutton pancakes and took them home. She wrapped them up separately and prepared to bring them back to Auntie Hu, her family of 3, and Xiaoxiu. She didn't go to other places. Her legs were as if they were being moved. If she didn't go home and lie down, they would break tomorrow. Yu Xiaoxiu didn't go back to the Ji family since last night. At this critical moment, the siblings didn't have the mood to think about the Ji family. At night, Yu Shu and Yu Xiaoxiu huddled on a bamboo bed, covered with quilts. Zhao Hui was lying on the bed opposite them, sleeping quietly. "Sister, are you asleep?" Yu Xiaoxiu turned over and looked at Yu Shu's blurry side profile in the darkness. No matter when it was, as long as his sister was there, he felt that there was nothing to be afraid of. "Well, you should go to sleep too." Yu Shu closed her eyes, but her mind was in a mess. First, it was about Zhao Hui, then it was about Jing Qin. Her master would be back in 2 days. At that time, she would ask him to check Aunt Huai's horoscope and Jing Chen's horoscope. She had to ask her master what was going on with Ji Duxing. Chapter 83. The next night, Zhao Hui suddenly had a fever. She mumbled in her sleep and complained of a headache. Yu Shu was in a deep sleep and was woken up by Yu Xiaoxiu. She hastily put on her clothes, wiped her face, and then she put on her clothes, wiped her face, and ran out to find a doctor. He Manji lived in the clinic. In the middle of the night, there were only people on the street. Yu Shu knocked on the door for a long time before she called him out. As soon as He Fangji heard about Zhao Hui's symptoms, he hurriedly carried the medical box and followed Yu Shu to the Zhao family's house. It was not until dawn that Zhao Hui's condition stabilized and she fell asleep again. He Fangji washed his hands in the basin. Looking at Zhao Hui on the bed, he sighed and said to the siblings, "It's hard for her to endure this pain and beg for life. Otherwise, even the best medical skills can't save her." Yu Shu asked with lingering fear. "How is my aunt now?" He Fangji said, "She's fine for the time being. But it seems like this will happen 2 or 3 more times. Once she has a situation, you should hurry to find me. From here to the clinic, it only takes a few minutes. It won't be a problem." Seeing that He Fangji had finished washing his hands, Yu Xiaoxiu quickly handed him a towel. He Fangji wiped his hands, squeezed his shoulder, and said with a smile, "If you get up early in the morning, you might as well stretch your legs in the yard and jump up hundreds of times." In his opinion, He Fangji was a good doctor who treated his Aunt Huai with a kind heart. He was very worthy of his respect. Yu Shu walked He Fangji to the entrance of the alley and suddenly remembered that she hadn't been to the Chamber of Commerce for the past 2 days. She didn't even greet the people there. She patted her head and went to buy half a caddy of glutinous rice sticks for Yu Xiaoxiu and Auntie Hua's breakfast. Then she went to the Chamber of Commerce to ask for leave. The memory of fighting her way out of the encirclement of hundreds of people at shopkeeper Bao Ren the day before yesterday was still fresh in Yu Shu's mind. As she walked on the street, she felt a little uncomfortable. When she passed by, she heard many people talking about Taoist priests and beggars. She quickened her steps and jogged across the street. Pei Jing was there when she came to the head hospital. He didn't scold Yu Shu when he saw her. Instead, he led her to a room alone and asked with concern, "I heard that you came to the restaurant to find me a few nights ago. Did something happen at home?" Yu Shu bitterly said, "Something happened to my aunt. She hit her head. That night, I came to borrow money from you." Pei Jing was surprised. "How is she now? Is she safe and sound?" Yu Shu sighed. "Her injury is quite serious. She needs to be looked at again." Pei Jing sympathetically looked at the child in front of him. When she left a few days ago, she was still full of energy. But in just a few days, her eyes were sunken. "How much money do you need? I'll give it to you now." Although the person she asked for was not there at that time and she didn't need money now, but Pei Jing's straightforwardness made Yu Shu's heart warm up. She thanked him. "I've gathered all the money." Pei Jing sighed in his heart. If he could take this opportunity to let Yu Shu owe him a big favor, she wouldn't be able to go out in the future. Yu Shu said a few polite words to him and asked for a leave. Pei Jing was very easy to talk to. He found a few account books for her, pushed the door and walked out. "I'm going to the Chongmen shop. I'll give you a lift." Pei Jing intended to find out where Yu Shu lived. Yu Shu saw through his thoughts, but she didn't feel offended. She appreciated his kindness and followed behind him. Yu Xiaoxiu nodded obediently. In his opinion, He Fengji was a benevolent doctor who treated Aunt Huai. He deserved his respect. Yu Shu walked He Fengji to the entrance of the alley and suddenly remembered that she hadn't been to the Chamber of Commerce for the past 2 days. She didn't even greet the people there. She patted her head and went to buy half a caddy of glutinous rice sticks for Yu Xiaoxiu and Auntie Hua's breakfast. Then she went to the Chamber of Commerce to ask for leave. The memory of escaping from the hundreds of people at shopkeeper Bao Ren the day before yesterday was still fresh in Yu Shu's mind. As she walked on the street, she felt a little uncomfortable. When she passed by, she heard many people talking about Taoist priests and beggars. She quickened her steps and jogged across the street. When she came to the Chamber of Commerce, Pei Jing was actually there. When he saw Yu Shu, he didn't reprimand her. Instead, he brought her to a room alone and asked with concern, "I heard that you came to the restaurant to look for me a few nights ago. Did something happen at home?" Yu Shu bitterly said, "Something happened to my aunt. She hit her head. That night, I came to borrow money from you." Pei Jing was shocked and asked, "How is she now? Is she safe and sound?" Yu Shu sighed, "Her injury is quite serious. I need to see her again." Pei Jing looked at the child in front of him with sympathy. When she left a few days ago, she was still full of energy. But in just a few days, her eyes were sunken. "How much money do you need? I can give it to you now." Although the person she asked for was not there at that time, and she didn't need money now, but Pei Jing's straightforwardness made Yu Shu's heart warm up. She thanked him and said, "I have the money." Pei Jing said, "If you don't have enough money, just tell me." Pei Jing sighed in his heart. It's a pity. If he could take this opportunity to make Yu Shu owe him a big favor, she won't be able to go out in the future. This is the second time that Yu Shu sat in a carriage. Last time, she sat in the Ji family's carriage to look for Shuwenjia. At that time, she was sitting with Third Master Ji, so it was inconvenient for her to look around. But in Pei Jing's carriage, she is much more at ease. Although Pei Jing's carriage is not as spacious as the Ji family's, the interior of the carriage is obviously much more exquisite. The curtains are divided into 2 layers, one layer of gauze and the other layer of silk. There are 3 seats against the wall, and the base is wrapped in red leather. In the middle of the carriage, there is a 2-tiered triangular round tea table. There are a few dents on the table, which is just right for the teacup and teapot. There is also a snack box with a blue lid. There is an elegant fragrance in the carriage, which comes from the sachet hanging on the guijiao. Yushu knows that Pei Jing knows how to enjoy himself. People wear different clothes, even the carriage is particular. I just came back last night, and I heard a big news in the morning. Pei Jing took the teapot and poured 2 cups of fragrant tea. He pushed 1 cup to Yushu. A few days ago, a Taoist priest and a beggar came to Vientiane Street. They gambled in the Baoran casino and won more than 40 rounds in a row. They almost broke the sign. Yushu almost drank a mouthful of tea. She turned her head and coughed, pretending to be surprised. Really? Pei Jing didn't notice Yushu's strange behavior. He looked very emotional and said, "This Vientiane Street has been built for more than 20 years, and gambling has been going on for a long time. There has never been such a thing. More than 40 rounds in a row, and they won consecutively. I'm afraid that the dying test's prediction is only so-so. If it wasn't for the banker's last resort in saving some face, the Baoran Casino's gambling area would have been removed by now. There really is always someone better than you, and there is always a higher mountain. It's a pity that I'm away from home and didn't have the chance to see the elegant demeanor of a master." Yushu's expression turned strange. She glanced at Pei Jing and wondered how he would feel if he knew that the master he was talking about was working under him. Ahem, that rumor must have been exaggerated. Most likely, the gambling house's questions weren't difficult. Pei Jing chuckled, "That means you don't know the inside story." Chapter 84. After the meal, Yushu went to clean the table. Yu Xiaoxiu stayed in the room to do his homework and accompany Zhao Hui. Yushu came in with her hair tied up. She looked at the table and asked, "You didn't go home or to class for the past 2 days. Didn't they say anything when you went today?" After Zhao Hui's accident, Yu Xiaoxiu skipped classes for 3 days and didn't even go home. He only went back to Sanju's study house for classes this morning. Yu Xiaoxiu didn't even raise his head as he replied, "The Ji family doesn't have the time to care about me right now. 4th Miss is back, and the whole family revolves around her. No one would know even if I died. Miss C of the Ji family is back. Miss C, who killed her predecessor with a piece of jade, is back." Yushu was stunned. Then she reached out to twist Yu Xiaoxiu's ear. "What do you mean by dying? Are you looking for trouble?" Yu Xiaoxiu didn't struggle. He just whispered, "It hurts." Yushu quickly let go and rubbed his ear. Speaking of the private school, Yu Xiaoxiu remembered something that made his teeth itch. He sneered, "Shuowenjia, that silly boy. He was half dead a few days ago, but now he's jumping around happily. He goes to the Ji family all day and doesn't even ask about you. He doesn't even think about who saved his life." Yushu thought that she couldn't wait for Miss Xue to completely forget about her. She patted Yu Xiaoxiu's head and jokingly said, "You're still calling him a silly boy. He's a few years older than you. So what? He's an ungrateful bastard." Yu Xiaoxiu was sometimes even more petty than Yushu. He still remembered the day when Shuowenjia called them to the Drunken Immortal restaurant and humiliated them, making them go home hungry and then getting caught for stealing fish. Yushu laughed and patted him. "All right, hurry up and finish your homework. Keep an eye on Aunt Hui. I'm going out for a while. The lamp oil at home is running out. I'm going to buy some." Yushu took the money and went out. She closed the door behind her. When she turned her face, she saw a piece of dried tree bark. She almost screamed. Her heart skipped a beat and she moved to the side. She patted her chest and rebuked, "Master, don't you know that you'll scare people to death with your face?" Daoist Qingjing, who came back 3 days late, glared at his unruly disciple and walked towards the entrance of the alley with his hands clasped behind his back. Yushu hurriedly followed him, thinking over and over again how she had provoked this angry old man. The master and disciple returned to Qing Zheng's courtyard one after the other. As soon as the door closed, Qing Zheng turned his face and became angry. "You did a good job." "What?" Yushu looked confused. Qing Zheng said in a low voice, "Life, death, illness, and old age are all fated. You saved a person who should have died. Do you know you've caused trouble?" Hearing this, Yushu pursed her lips and thought. She asked, "Master, are you talking about Aunt Hui?" "It's the woman who sold wonton noodles." Qing Jing shook his sleeves and walked to the rattan chair in the courtyard and lay down. He knew that the woman didn't have long to live, so he left Yang on time. He was afraid that with him around, Yushu would stir up trouble. He didn't expect that he would deliberately come back a few days late, but this evil disciple still went against her life. Yushu also understood. She pulled a long face and said in a muffled voice, "Master, you already knew that something would happen to Aunt Hui, didn't you?" In fact, in the past few days, Zhao Hui was sometimes good and sometimes bad. She calmed down and used the gate of life and death to make a divination. In the end, she predicted that she would die in the first round and suddenly had a way to live in the second round. She didn't have the ability to predict life and death. At that time, she vaguely felt that Zhao Hui's fate had changed, but she didn't want to think about it. Now that Qing Jing mentioned it, she couldn't even pretend to be ignorant. It turned out that Zhao Hui was supposed to die in this disaster, but because of her, she survived. Qing Jing said angrily, "So what if I knew it long ago? Do you still want to blame me?" "I don't dare." Yushu lowered her head. She was not an unreasonable child in her teens. Qing Zheng's attitude was very clear from the beginning. When she was beaten and driven out by the Ji family, she almost lost her life. Didn't he also predict it? He didn't even say hello to her and watched her fall into trouble. He treated her like this, let alone a stranger. She had nothing to complain about, but she didn't think that she was wrong to save people. What else do you not dare to do? You dare to change a person's life. Tell me, what else do you not dare to do? This time, Qing Zheng was surprisingly angry. He didn't care that Yushu didn't know in advance that Zhao Hui was supposed to die in this round. Yushu just lowered her head and didn't talk back. In Qing Zheng's eyes, this became a silent protest. He immediately sneered. Everyone has their own fate. You can avoid fortune and disaster, but you can't escape life and death. I've told you these words many times, but you've turned a deaf ear. Do you think you did a good deed by trying to save her? Yushu raised her head and said unwillingly, "At least it's better to be alive than dead." As Qing Jing said, she didn't regret it. She only felt lucky. Lucky that Zhao Hui was still alive. For a person who died and was reborn, nothing was more important than being alive. Qing Zheng looked at her calm and carefree eyes. He took a deep breath and his anger gradually subsided. He sighed and took out something from his bosom. He waved his hand and said, "I knew you weren't a peaceful person. Come here." Yushu walked over. Seeing that Qing Jing handed her something, she stretched out her hand to take it. The next moment, there was a black ring in her palm. It wasn't jade, but some kind of metal. "I spent a lot of money to get this thing for you. Wear it. Don't take it off unless your hand is broken." Yushu measured it on her fingers. In the end, she could only put it on her left index finger. Because of Zhao Hui's matter, she didn't feel the joy of receiving a gift. She subconsciously asked, "What is this?" Qing Jing said snappily, "I told you to wear it, so wear it. Why ask so much?" Yushu touched her finger and put it down. Master, you just said that I got into trouble by saving Aunt Hui. What do you mean by that? Will I have some retribution? Qing Jing sneered, now you know that there will be retribution. Yu Shu turned her face away. If you don't want to say it, then forget it. Anyway, I saved her. Seeing that she didn't repent, Qing Jing didn't have the strength to get angry. He wiped his face and said tiredly, Fine, fine. I'm afraid I owed you in my previous life. This time, I'll help you resolve it. If you do such a thing again in the future, I'll let you suffer. Don't blame me for not warning you. Yu Shu knew when to stop. Seeing that he softened his tone, she didn't want to be in a deadlock with him. She turned her head and smiled at him. She squatted beside him and pulled his sleeve. Master, you came back 3 days late. I miss you very much. I've been looking forward to your return every day. I'll come to see you at night. I'll bring you some good wine and food. How about it? She still needed his help with something. She had to make the old man happy first. Qing Jing still didn't know that it was a sugar-coated bullet. He snorted twice, and his face became better. He waved his hand and said, I'll wait for a while. You can come back at night. Then master, go back to the house and sleep. It's windy outside. Don't catch a cold again. I'm not that weak. Although he said that, Qing Jing still sat up with Yu Shu's help. He went into the house, got on the bamboo bed, and covered himself with a clean quilt. He sniffed the house. There was no smell of dust at all. He turned over with satisfaction and went to meet his friends. At night, the master and disciple sat in the courtyard and drank wine. It was the master who drank wine, and the disciple who obediently poured wine and took food. After 2 cups of warm wine, Qing Jing felt comfortable. He pointed to the sky and said to Yu Shu, do you see that? The small star in the upper left corner of the big star is called Wangzi. If you can see it, there are no clouds around it. In other words, there is a family nearby that is about to give birth. Yu Shu didn't bring her notebook today, so she listened to every word. She poured wine and asked casually, Master, I still remember you told me about the 9 luminaries. Among them, Ketu and Rahu are the 2 most dangerous. If someone's destiny offends Ketu star, wouldn't it be very dangerous? Dangerous, of course it's dangerous. Qing Jing waved his hand without thinking. Destiny Ketu only appears in the last year of 60 years. There are not many people like this. There are 1 or 2, but they die early and don't live past 1 year. Yu Shu was secretly shocked. Jing Chen seemed to be 18 years old. If there is such a person who survives and grows up, what should we do? Qing Jing thought about it, and his expression changed. He said, if there is really a destiny, when one offends these 2 stars, when he grows up, he will definitely harm one side, unless what? Yu Shu suddenly sat up straight and went forward to grab Qing Jing's hand. Qing Jing changed the topic at this critical moment. He squinted at her and said, why do you ask? Yu Shu hesitated for a moment, then said honestly, I know such a person. He said that his destiny is to offend Ketu, and anyone who has anything to do with him. What? Qing Zhang's expression changed slightly. After listening to the first half of Yu Shu's sentence, he interrupted her, who is that person? Have I seen him before? Where did you know him? It's a friend. He is also a Taoist. He came down from Mount Longhu. Master, you haven't seen him before. Oh, yes, he also gave me a stone called Huang Shuang. No, it's called Block Adversity Stone. If Qing Jing still had some doubts about whether what that person said to Yu Shu was true or not, now after listening to her description, he believed it. He immediately pulled a long face and stared at her fiercely, you stinky girl, why are there these troublesome things around me all day long? You can't let me have a good day. Yushu also knew that she was unlucky. She simply shut up and didn't argue with him. Qing Zheng stretched out his hand and said, "What about the block adversity stone?" Yushu spread out her hand and said, "I lost it." Qing Yushu lowered her head and counted the ants. After calming down, Qing Zheng frowned and thought for a moment, and said, "You listen to your master. Don't associate with that person in the future. He is a person from Mount Longhu and has the block adversity stone. There should be someone who used a great ability to help him suppress his luck all these years. Now that he has entered the world, it's probably because his fate has come to an end. If he can't find the person who broke his fate, not only he won't live, but those who helped him to change his fate will also die." Yushu's heart thumped. What does master mean by this? What is the person who broke his fate? If he can't find that person, he will die. Qing Zheng said leisurely, "Do you think you don't need to pay a price to live these years? In the vast sea of people, to find the person who broke his fate is like looking for a needle in the sea. 9 out of 10 people will die and 1 person will live. How many times have I told you that you can avoid fortune and disaster, but you can't escape life and death? Fate turns," he nagged for a long time. Seeing that Yushu was in a daze, he knew that she didn't hear him. He stretched out his hand and patted her head hard. He said in a deep voice, "You have to remember what I said. Don't associate with this person again. You have a great..." Qing Zheng puckered his lips and quickly changed his words, "A person with a great future. Moreover, you can't help him. Don't think that he doesn't cause you much trouble now. That's because he has just entered the world, and his luck is still suppressed. After a long time, you will be unlucky if you get close to him. Do you remember?" Yushu came back to her senses and nodded obediently. "I remember." Qing Zheng originally wanted to persuade her with a lot of words. Seeing that she was so obedient, he couldn't help but feel a little strange. He was worried and confirmed, "Do you really remember?" Yushu blinked her eyes and said, "I really remember." "Humph, it's good that you remember." Chapter 85. Daoist Qing Zheng's tolerance for alcohol wasn't very good. After drinking half a pot, he was already drunk. Yushu originally wanted to ask him about his dog shit life, but she could only give up after seeing his reaction. She helped him into the room and laid him down. She boiled water for him to clean his hands and face, then put the leftovers into the basket and took them back to wash. Yu Xiaoxiu has been sleeping at Zhao Hui's house recently. Yushu spends 2 taels of silver to buy a wooden bed in the East Square and puts it in the dining room. Yu Xiaoxiu originally wanted to live with Yushu. Now that he has a place to sleep, he is even more reluctant to go back to the Ji family. He keeps Aunt Lu a secret from the Ji family. As for Aunt Shui, she simply leaves them alone. She doesn't even think to visit them once every 10 days or half a month. She says that Yushu was kicked out 2 months ago. After hearing from Yu Xiaoxiu that Yushu has a place to live, she only gives her 50 taels of silver and doesn't care about her anymore. Yushu has no feelings for this mother, so she doesn't feel sad. Only Yu Xiaoxiu is angry. Because Aunt Shui left Yushu to die twice and let her be beaten and punished, he secretly feels a little dissatisfied with his mother's coldness. He hides it in his heart and doesn't tell Yushu. The next morning, as soon as Yushu lights the stove to boil the medicine, Fangji comes with bad news. Zhao Hui's prescription contains several rare medicinal materials, but several shops in the city have run out of stock. Fangji finds a friend and barely manages to get 3 days' supply, which is far from a month's supply. If it is not enough, Zhao Hui will have to stop taking the medicine. Yushu is worried. Fangji hesitantly gives her an idea. in fact, you work under the manager of the Tai Hing Chamber of Commerce. Can you talk to him and ask him to help you? In a big chamber of commerce like Tihin, the famous pharmacists usually have a private stock of medicinal materials every year. He Fangji suggests this because he has some confidence. On that day, Yu Shu, who is still a child, can take out 500 taels of silver in one go, so she should have some connections in Tihin. It should not be too difficult to ask for a favor. Yu Shu doesn't think so. In the Tai Hing Chamber of Commerce, she only knows one manager, Pei Jing. She can be regarded as his apprentice. If she asks for a favor, it is hard to say whether he will do her a favor or not. However, she has to try. She can't let Xiao Hui stop taking the medicine. Okay, I'll go and ask. He Fangji then gave her the list of medicines that she had prepared. Times that morning, Yu Shu put down her work and ran to the main Tihin Chamber of Commerce behind Wanxiang Street. At noon, she met Pei Jing and told him about the situation. Pei Jing did not immediately agree and asked her to take a look at the medicine list. As soon as he took a look, he was shocked. These medicinal herbs are not cheap. Is your aunt really that sick? He made a rough calculation and estimated that this list would cost at least 200 taels. Yes, Yu Shu awkwardly clasped her hands and begged, I only have one elder. In the future, I want to be filial to her. Mr. Pei, can you help me find these medicinal materials? I have borrowed money. Is this enough? Seeing Yu Shu take out a few banknotes from her bosom, Pei Jing was surprised and asked, where did you borrow so much money? Did you borrow it from your brother with a different surname? Pei Jing was talking about Chao Zixin. Yu Shu was afraid that she would not be able to explain clearly, so she simply nodded her head. Pei Jing thought for a moment and said, you don't have to worry about the medicinal materials. Leave it to me. When he said this, he was not boasting. The position of the deputy manager of the Tai Chamber of Commerce was not for nothing. These medicinal materials were rare and precious, but once he asked, the merchants in the chamber would rush to send them over. However, he did not do this favor for free. A good merchant would always pay attention to long-term benefits. From this matter, Pei Jing could see that Yu Shu was a person who knew how to repay kindness. So, he was happy to do this favor for her. Moreover, the day before yesterday, when he was at the Kong family's hall, Mr. Kong reminded him to make more good karma in the near future. Yu Shu was overjoyed. She bowed to Pei Jing and said gratefully, thank you, Mr. Pei, for helping me. Pei Jing sighed and stretched out his hand to help her up. It's really hard for a child like you to take care of all these. Get up quickly. Come back tomorrow afternoon. Times after leaving Pei Jing's place, Yu Shu first went to the Yi Hall and sat for half an hour. She copied a few pages. When she came back, she specially went to the medical hall to tell He Fangji the good news. This made He Fangji believe that Yu Shu had connections in the Tai Chamber of Commerce and was not a useless soldier in the Dragon Palace. After dinner, Yu Shu went to Lin Xiang. Qing Zheng was sitting in the courtyard meditating. He heard the door open, but there was no movement. Yu Shu went into the house and lit an oil lamp. When she came out, she squatted down in front of Qing Zheng. She shook a piece of paper with one hand and held the lamp with the other. Master, this is my horoscope. Please take a look. It was strange that the best way to learn Yi was to test one's horoscope. But since Yu Shu had been apprenticed to him for so long, Qing Zheng has never asked about her horoscope, let alone read her fortune. Because Yu Shu had transmigrated here, she had never regarded the birth date of the previous owner of this body as her own. But with so many things happening recently, she couldn't help but suspect that she was carrying bad luck, so she began to plan. She originally wanted to use Yu Jing's birthday as a test. But unfortunately, she only remembered her birthday according to the solar calendar and not the lunar calendar. not to mention the exact hour. Moreover, she did not know the difference between the Dawn calendar and the lunar calendar. She could only be blinded and had no way of knowing. Qing Zheng closed his eyes and said, "Why do you need to look at the horoscope?" Yu Shu said, "A few days ago, there was a Three Purities meeting in the city. Aunt Huai took my horoscope to a teacher and he said that I have a dog sh*t life." Speaking of this dog sh*t life, Yu Shu had a stomach full of complaints. She had also compared this horoscope and calculated it herself. It was indeed very cheap. She really did not want to accept her fate and hoped that Qing Zheng could clear her name. Qing Zheng then opened his eyes and took the horoscope. Without using anything, he pinched his fingers and under Yu Shu's expectant gaze, he said, "I did not calculate wrongly. This is a dog sh*t life." It was rare to see Yu Shu being defeated. Qing Zheng held back his laughter and put on a straight face. He said in a bad mood, "If you really have a dog sh*t life, will your teacher accept you?" Yu Shu scratched her head. "Then why did you say that I have a dog sh*t life?" Qing Zheng said, "This horoscope is dog sh*t life." Yu Shu was confused. "Teacher, what do you mean?" Qing Zheng raised his hand and lit the piece of paper under the oil lamp. In the blink of an eye, it was burned to ashes. He said, "This is not your horoscope." Hearing Qing Zheng's words, Yu Shu's heart skipped a beat. She thought that he had seen through her reincarnation, but Qing Zheng's next words made her calm down. In this world, there are a few people who are not born with horoscope. You are one of them. Horoscope is useless to you and can't calculate anything. You don't need to look at it in the future. Yu Shu had a guilty conscience. Hearing Qing Zheng's perfunctory explanation, she didn't ask further. She directly changed the topic. "If my horoscope is useless, how can I predict good or bad luck for myself?" Yu Shu said she was worried, but she didn't care so much in her heart. Although her time of calamity rule was based on her birth date, she didn't know anything for more than 20 years in her previous life. She just went on with her life, just a little depressed. Qing Zheng said, "Who told you that to predict good or bad luck, there is only one horoscope?" Yu Shu's eyes lit up. "Is there anything else?" Humph. Hearing Qing Zheng snort, Yu Shu knew that there was something. She immediately shook his arm and said, "Teacher, I know that you are capable and know a lot. What else do you have? Teach me." Qing Zheng was comforted by her begging, so he let out a sigh of relief. "Haven't I already given it to you?" Yu Shu stopped moving and asked suspiciously, "Did I? When did you teach me?" Qing Zheng squinted his eyes. Previously, he didn't explain some things to Yu Shu clearly because he wanted to test her character. Now that he was satisfied with this apprentice, he didn't want to hide it from her anymore. "Why do you think I ask you to guess chess pieces every day?" Yu Shu thought for a while and said the most reliable one. "To train my patience." As soon as she said that, she was hit. "I'm not a monk chanting scriptures. Why do I need to be patient?" Qing Zheng retracted his hand and rummaged through his sleeves. He took out 3 copper coins, tossed them in his palm, and spread them out for her to see. "Not everyone can calculate the 6 lines hexagram. Your body is stiff, and your 8 characters are not in harmony. Previously, I asked you to guess the chess pieces because I wanted to test your spirituality, so that you could reach the threshold of learning the 6 lines hexagram. After a while, I will teach you how to break the 6 lines hexagram and solve your 8 characters problem." Yu Shu suddenly understood. She finally knew that she didn't work so hard for so long in vain. It turned out that Qing Zheng had already planned everything and arranged everything properly. He even calculated her horoscope. This made her sigh with emotion, but she couldn't help but worry. Since Qing Zheng taught her so carefully, the thing he asked her to find might not be as easy as she thought. Suppressing her thoughts, Yushu curiously pinched the copper coins in his palm and found that they were ordinary copper coins. She asked with a strange expression, "What can you calculate with this thing?" Qing Jing said, "It can calculate recent events, major events, questions, and changes. If you can do it well, you can guess 5 or 6 things." Yushu was disappointed and put the money back in his hand. "Only then can you get a general idea. Do you want to know how accurate it is?" Qing Zheng stared at his apprentice who didn't know what was good for her. "This is already the best Yushu. Horoscope has its advantages, and the 6 lines hexagram has its ability. Why, don't you want to learn it?" Yushu hurriedly said, "Of course, I want to learn it." She was not stupid. What Qing Jing taught her was good stuff. Although this small copper coin was not as accurate as her calculation method, it was very convenient to carry it around. Moreover, her horoscope was not accurate. Learning this could make up for it. Otherwise, she would have to calculate the fortune of others all day long. She didn't know if she would step on dog shit when she went out. Let me make it clear to you first. Your physique is poor and your spirituality is not enough. Even if you learn the 6 lines hexagram in the future, you can only calculate it for yourself. It is not accurate to use it on others. Don't use it to show off in the future. Don't say that I didn't warn you when you come back and embarrass yourself. Chapter 86. The Matter of Medicinal Herbs. Because of Pei Jing's help, Zhao Hui's condition was still fluctuating. Yushu was afraid that it would affect her condition, so she did not mention the day she was injured. Unexpectedly, after breakfast that morning, Yu Xiaoxiu went to school. Zhao Hui was in better spirits and took the initiative to talk to her about it. "Xiao Yu, come and sit. I have something to say to you." Yushu was about to revise what Qing Jing had taught her yesterday and study her law of time of calamity. When she heard Zhao Hui calling her lightly, she pressed the paper down and sat down by her bed. Zhao Hui moved her hand and wanted to move her body. Yushu quickly held her hand and leaned forward to protect her head with one hand. "Don't move. It's okay." Zhao Hui squeezed her hand and smiled weakly. Then, her face darkened. "Good child, it's Aunt Hui who dragged you down." Yushu smiled and said, "You said that yourself." "I don't think Aunt Hui dragged me down." Zhao Hui held her hand tightly and said bitterly, "I'm a person with a bitter life. I should have let go and left early, but I've been unwilling all these years. I only want to live so that those who want me to die can't." Yushu's smile faded and she said softly, "Aunt Hui, what are you saying?" Yushu's eyelids twitched. She knew that Zhao Hui was going to make it clear to her. She was really curious, but she was afraid that her body would not be able to take it. She advised, "Aunt Hui, I'll go boil the medicine for you. Take the medicine and rest. If there's anything you want to say, tell me when you're better." Zhao Hui acted as if she did not hear what she said and continued, "I was originally the daughter of a merchant, from Yenzhou. My family opened a few restaurants and tea houses. My family was well off. My parents passed away when I was young. Before they died, they arranged a marriage for me. It was a merchant in Yang City. As soon as my parents passed away, the housekeepers sold all our belongings and informed my husband's family to bring me to Yang. I was in mourning at that time, so I couldn't get married, so I stayed at his guest house. I sent the dowry to his house, but in less than 3 years, my fiancé died of a sudden illness." Zhao Hui's story was not long. Yushu saw that she was not emotional, so she listened quietly. Zhao Huang closed his eyes and tried to recall again, but there was no more anger, only coldness. "My fiancé was an old man. He had an elder sister and a younger sister. Brother-in-law married into the family. Because his parents were old, the eldest sister took care of the household. I heard that when my fiancé passed away, he had already been buried for 7 days. Yu Shu frowned. She knew that there was something strange about this. An orphan girl was waiting to be married. This family had already received the dowry. The man died of a sudden illness and they only informed the family after he was buried. What kind of intention was this? Zhao Hui paused and adjusted her breathing. Her voice became slightly deeper. My mother taught me the 3 obediences and 4 virtues since I was young. A woman values chastity. Although I did not marry him, the engagement was still there. I would not regret it. I accepted my fate as a ghost marriage with him. But who knew that his eldest sister would hastily write a divorce letter to me? First, I was not married to him. Second, I did not violate morality. They could have annulled the engagement, but they sent the divorce letter and listed some groundless charges against me. Hee. Den Dynasty. The engagement between a man and a woman can be annulled before they are married. If they are married, they can divorce or divorce. Annulling the engagement is the same as divorce. The woman can take away all the dowry. But if she violated morality and was divorced, she would not be able to get a single dowry. Zhao Hui was obviously unmarried. The man died of a sudden illness. But that family wanted to send the divorce letter. It was obvious that they were thinking of ways to covet her dowry. When Yu Shu heard this, she could already imagine what would happen next. Sure enough, Zhao Hui laughed bitterly and said, "They gave me the divorce letter and withheld my dowry. How could I agree? Those things were left behind by my parents when they died of old age. If it was really taken by these ambitious people, even if I died, would not have the face to face my parents. So I went to ask for an explanation. But I was chased out by them. I had no way out. I went to the officials." Zhao Hui let out a sigh. In the court, they took the Yi Hall's report and said that my appearance was harsh, that my parents died, and that my 8 characters were not in line. They wrongly accused me of sending a fake Baoyu when I arranged the marriage. My fiancé was also concealed by my family and was killed by my fate. The county magistrate at that time accepted their bribe and convicted me of cheating the marriage. He beat me with a wooden plank and imprisoned me for half a year. Later, when I got out of prison, I found my former manager and begged for some spare change. I pawned everything that could be pawned. I hid in the east of the city and set up a stall to do small business. Yu Shu looked at the bitterness on Zhao Hui's face and did not want her to continue. But this time, Zhao Hui had made up her mind to spit it out. She changed her tone and said angrily, "After all these years, they probably thought that I was dead. That day, they bumped into me on the street and recognized me. My unmarried sister-in-law is very powerful. Because her greedy older sister hid it from her, she always thought that I was the jinx who killed her older brother, so she insulted me on the street. She brought her husband and a servant to smash my stall and ruin my business. I fought with them for a bit, but they cruelly pushed me into the stove. I managed to avoid the fire, but I couldn't avoid the iron horn, so I fainted." Yu Shu's face sank. She finally knew what happened to Zhao Hui that day. It was not like what the 2 men and 1 woman said. It was not that Zhao Hui stabbed them with a knife and knocked herself down. Instead, she was pushed by them and was seriously injured and almost died. They really had the face to distort the truth in public and treat human life like grass. This matter cannot be let go like this. When Zhao Hui recovers, she will go and find out more about it. In the future, she must help her vent her anger. Seeing Yu Shu's expression, Zhao Hui sighed and begged. She patted her hand and called her attention. "Xiao Yu, I said this to you not to make you angry with me. I just want you to know that you can't take care of me so carelessly. I know that you are a good child who values friendship. I am grateful to you for taking you in at that time. However, I am not your parent, and I am not related to you by blood. You don't have to work hard for me, but you still did it for me." Zhao Hui blinked and couldn't hold back her tears, rolling down her sallow cheeks. "Aunt Huai is not married and has no children. That day, I let you live with me because I have a selfish intention. I secretly think that you are a daughter and secretly feel happy. I don't know how long I can live. If I die one day, Aunt Huai shamelessly asks you to be filial, bury me and fulfill my wish of many years. This small courtyard will be left to you. The land deed is under this bed." When Yushu heard this, she suddenly realized that Zhao Hui was not telling her a story. She was clearly making arrangements for her funeral. "Aunt Huai," Yushu wanted to laugh and cry at the same time. She held Zhao Hui's hand and leaned down. She gently leaned on her and whispered, "You are a good person. Good people always have good karma. If you don't believe in Dr. He, then believe in me. Don't you know that I am learning Yi? I have calculated for you. You will suffer in your early years and have good fortune in your middle years. You will be able to talk until you are 89 and enjoy your old age." This was the first time Yushu had a strong desire to learn Yi. She hoped that one day, she could be like Taoist Qingjing, who could determine life and death, judge fortune and misfortune, and not let anyone around her suffer misfortune. Zhao Hui listened to Yushu's words. Although she knew that she was comforting her, she couldn't help but be moved. If this child's words were true, how great would that be? She also didn't want to die. In the past few years, she had lived with bitterness. This time, she was able to keep her life. She had let go of those things that she should let go of. There was no longing. She still wanted to live and talk well. Zhao Hui slowly placed her hand on Yushu's head and sniffed. "Aunt Huai believes you." She didn't know if Yushu's comfort worked that day. Zhao Hui's mood improved, and her condition improved day by day. Every day, Yushu would test her and Yu Xiaoxiu's horoscope. She spent 5 taels of silver to pick 3 jade beads in the jewelry alley of Changmenpu Street. When she came back, she asked Qingzheng for a set of fengshui array to ensure their safety. She used rainwater to nourish these 3 ordinary jade stones. Every morning, Yushu would take some time to go to the Kong family shop to copy books for 2 hours. At noon, she would go home to cook. In the afternoon, she would accompany Yu Xiaoxiu to do his homework. He would do his homework, and she would check on his law of calamity. Yu Xiaoxiu did not understand what she was writing, and thought that she was entertaining herself. As for Zhao Hui, whenever she felt unwell, one of the siblings would run to the medical center to invite Dr. He. Their days were tight, but Yu Xiaoxiu felt that it was many times better to have someone to accompany him than to eat for free in the courtyard. At night, she would learn Yi from Qingzheng. When the moon was high in the sky, she would go home to sleep. After a few days, Yu Xiaoxiu finally couldn't stand it anymore. One night, Yushu used the excuse of buying salt to sneak out to look for Qingzheng. She was stopped by him. "Sister, there's enough salt in the kitchen until the end of the year. Can you lie to me with another excuse?" Yushu blushed, coughed, and said with a straight face, "I was wrong. I'm out of noodles. I'm going out to buy some." Yu Xiaoxiu said, "There's a lot of noodles too. I checked the kitchen when I was washing the dishes." Yushu said awkwardly, "Then I'll go out for a walk to get some fresh air." Children nowadays were getting harder and harder to coax. If you want to get some fresh air, you can do it in the courtyard. Why are you going out at night? You're a girl. Don't you know how to be afraid walking on the road at night? The area around Changmenpu Market is chaotic. I heard from Auntie Hu that this alley was robbed a while ago. The thieves all climbed into the courtyard. If there are thieves, there will be robbers. It's so dark outside. If you meet a bad guy, no one will help you even if you call for help. It was only recently that Yu Shu discovered that Yu Xiaoxiu was very talkative despite his young age. When he started talking nonsense, it would take a person's life. After enduring for a while, she couldn't bear it anymore. She reached out and placed her hand on his shoulder. She turned around and pushed him towards a corner of the courtyard. Xiaoxiu, I'll tell you the truth. Haven't you always been curious about how fast I learn Yi? Yu Xiaoxiu looked up. Why? Yu Shu took a deep breath. She covered her mouth and whispered mysteriously, you have to keep it a secret. You can't tell a third person. I know a master. He's very good at Yi. I go out every night to learn Yi from him. I didn't tell you because the master has a strange temper. He doesn't allow me to tell others about him. There were no lanterns in the courtyard. The moon above their heads covered half of the sky. The siblings couldn't see each other's expressions. Chapter 87. In the blink of an eye, it was May. Yu Shu woke up early in the morning. She washed the rice, put it in the pot and started to decoct the medicine. After half an hour, she poured the medicine into a bowl and brought it into the house. Yu Xiaoxiu was already awake. He was sitting on the wooden bed in the central room, yawning and putting on his clothes. Yu Shu took a few more glances at him. Seeing that he didn't have any special reaction, she couldn't help but feel puzzled. Today was Yu Xiaoxiu's birthday. A while ago, Zita had specially asked about his and Zhao Hui's horoscope. After paying attention to it, she took note of it and thought that this child would mention it to her. She shook her head and went back to the house to help Zhao Hui drink the medicine. After that, she helped her urinate in the house and took the urinal out to empty it. Sister, do you want porridge in the morning? Yu Xiaoxiu came out from the kitchen. Yu Shu squatted beside the water tank and rinsed her mouth. After spitting out the water, she turned back and said, that is for Aunt Hui. Let's go out to eat in the morning. Quickly go and comb your hair. Will Aunt Hu take care of Aunt Hui later? Yes, I told her yesterday. After the siblings finished tidying up, Auntie Hu, who lived next door, arrived and they went out together. When they reached the door, Yu Shu first took 2 steps forward, pushed the wooden door across from her, and knocked on the knocker. She waited for a while, but no one answered. Yu Xiaoxiu said, it has been a month, but Brother Chao still hasn't come back. Yu Shu looked at the closed door in front of her and felt a little disappointed. Chao Zixin said that he went to visit the grave and hasn't come back yet. As time passed, she became worried. Did something happen to him in his hometown? Every morning, she would go to his house and knock on his door. Let's go. Brother Chao's shop is still there. He will come back. After exiting the alley, they turned west. After walking for a while, they saw a place selling breakfast. Yu Shu chose a place that sold sesame paste. The siblings each had a bowl and ate 4 chives, not dumplings. After spending 15 copper coins, he paid the bill. Sis, I'm leaving. Yu Xiaoxiu tugged at the strap of his bag and turned around. Yu Shu stopped him. It's still early. I'll take you there. Yu Xiaoxiu smiled. All right. The two of them passed through the alley. When they were not far from the Sanju study house, Yu Shu suddenly put her hand on Yu Xiaoxiu's shoulder and pulled him behind a tree. She asked suspiciously, Xiaoxiu, today is your birthday, don't you know? Yu Xiaoxiu, I know, why? Yu Shu suddenly didn't know what to say. This child really didn't take it seriously. If she hadn't seen Xuewenji's birthday party, she would have thought that people in ancient times didn't care about such things. Sis. Yu Xiaoxiu tugged at Yu Shu in confusion. He didn't know why Tata suddenly brought up his birthday. In his mind, he had never thought about celebrating his birthday. In the past, Aunt Lou would at most make him a bowl of noodles on this day. Now that his sister was capable, he had been living a good life. He drank soup and ate meat every day. He didn't care if he didn't have a bowl of noodles to eat. Yushu sighed and put her arms around his neck. Xiaoxiu, do you want to play truant today? What? They were already at the entrance of the private school. Was she asking him to play truant? Play truant. I'll take you out to play today. Yu Shu coaxed. Yu Xiaoxiu was indeed moved. He touched his head. Yu Xiaoxiu was indeed moved. He touched his head. I didn't go for a few days last month. If I play truant again, Master will punish me tomorrow. Yu Shu had a plan. You go in first. When Master comes, pretend to have a stomachache and ask for leave to go home. I'll wait for you outside. Ah. It was right for children to be obedient, but it was not fun to be too stiff. An 11-year-old boy should be mischievous. Yu Xiaoxiu didn't have any of that. He was bored all day like an old man. This really made Yu Shu feel relieved and sad at the same time. What aw? Hurry up and go in. Make it look real. Yu Shu pushed Yu Xiaoxiu out and watched him follow the children into the study room. Then she turned around and leaned against the tree, shaking her toes and waiting for him. About the time it took to eat a meal, Yu Shu saw Yu Xiaoxiu come out from inside. However, there was someone beside him who was holding him. Yu Shu took a closer look. Hey, isn't that Miss Xue in a pink dress? As soon as Yu Xiaoxiu went out, he pushed Shuwenji's hand away. His face was still red from lying. It's okay. I'll go back by myself. You go to class. Shuwenji held him again. No, Master said to send you back. Yu Xiaoxiu didn't like him very much. Just now, he pretended to have a stomachache and Master wanted him to go home. But this person insisted on seeing him off. Seeing Yu Shu walking towards him from the other side of the road, Yu Xiaoxiu was even more impatient to deal with him. He shook off his hand and said with a fierce face, I said it's okay. You're so annoying. Who wants you to send me back? Don't flatter yourself. Shuwenji didn't have time to get angry when he heard this because he also saw Yu Shu, who was dressed like a boy, walking towards him. Before he could smile, he quickly stopped and greeted Yu Shu. Mouse you came at the right time. Your brother is not feeling well. I was going to send him back. Shuwenji held him again. No, Master said to send you back. Yu Xiaoxiu didn't like him very much. Just now, he pretended to have a stomachache and Master wanted him to go home. But this person insisted on seeing him off. Seeing Yu Shu walking towards him from the other side of the road, Yu Xiaoxiu was even more impatient to deal with him. He shook off his hand and said with a fierce face, I said it's okay. You're so annoying. Who wants you to send me back? Don't flatter yourself. When Shuwenji heard this, he didn't have time to turn hostile because he also saw Yu Shu, who was dressed like a boy, walking over. The corners of his mouth curled up, but before he could smile, he quickly retracted it. He pretended to not care and greeted Yu Shu. Mouse you came at the right time. Your younger brother isn't feeling well, so I was just about to send him back. Yu Shu saw Yu Xiaoxiu's black face. She faked a smile at Shuwenji and reached out to ask Yu Xiaoxiu to come over. No need. I'm here. Xiaoxiu, let's go. Yu Shu pulled Yu Xiaoxiu and turned to leave. After a few steps, she found that Shuwenji was following them. She stopped and turned her head to ask, what's the matter? Shuwenji looked to the side and said, well, my grandfather sent me a horse from the capital city. Tomorrow afternoon, they will go to my uncle's house to play. Since you have nothing to do all day, why don't you come with us? I don't have time. Yu Shu said and left with Yu Xiaoxiu, who was rolling his eyes. Shui Wenjie was left on the side of the road. When the two of them disappeared, he realized that his invitation was rejected. He was so angry that his face turned green. Do you think I want to invite you? You ungrateful mouse. Yu Shu said that she was going to take Yu Xiaoxiu out to play, but in fact, she was taking him around the market of Changmenpu. First, they went to a ready-made clothing store. Yu Shu stood in front of the counter and picked out clothes. Yu Xiaoxiu followed her cautiously. He originally thought that she wanted to buy clothes herself, but when he saw that she chatted with the shopkeeper and pulled him out to compare, he knew what she was up to. While the shopkeeper was rummaging in the shelves, he pulled Yu Shu's sleeve and whispered, "Sister, I don't want to buy clothes. I have clothes." Yu Shu touched the soft material on the counter and said, "All of your clothes are torn and patched." She had 2 sets of clothes to support herself. Yu Xiaoxiu's 2 or 3 sets of clothes were like a study companion when he went to the Sanju study room. Just now at the gate of the private school, he stood with Shui Wenjie. Those who didn't know would think that they were the young master and the servant. Yu Xiaoxiu looked good. If he dressed well, he wouldn't be worse than those luxurious things. He was not the young master of the Ji family, but the only child of the Yu family. I can still wear them. Yu Xiaoxiu reached out to cover the 2 newly sewn holes on the hem of the clothes. He looked up at the colorful and beautiful materials on the shelf, lowered his head awkwardly, and protested in a low voice, "Don't spend money recklessly. Aunt Huai needs to take medicine when she is sick." He was such a good child. Yu Shu patted his shoulder and said in a low voice, "Stand up straight. You're a man, so don't lower your head no matter where you go. We don't owe anyone anything. Older sister has enough money to use, so I won't spend too much. It's more than enough to buy a few things for you." Yu Xiaoxiu straightened his back and saw Yu Shu take out a money pouch from her sleeve. She opened it and dug in with 2 fingers. She shook out a banknote and placed it in front of him. When he saw the number on it, Yu Xiaoxiu was immediately dumbfounded. He swallowed hard and trembled as he said, older sister, where did you get the money from?" The number on the banknote was written in black and white with a red stamp. It was 50 taels. How much paper, lamp oil, and steamed buns could one buy with 50 taels? Was it enough to fill a whole room? Yu Xiaoxiu's mind was dizzy as he calculated. He heard Yu Shu snort lightly and moved closer to his ear and proudly said, "I didn't steal it or rob it. I earned it fair and square. Now you can rest assured. Today is your birthday, so if you want anything, just tell older sister." Thanks to Pei Jing, she was able to buy the medicine that was 20% more expensive on the market at a 20% lower price. She saved 50 to 60 taels of silver and left 80 taels of silver for Zhao Hui's recuperation and meals. She had hoped to start a business with this sum of money. However, she was so busy all day long that she couldn't spare any time. Besides, money couldn't lay eggs if it was just left there, so she might as well squander it with her men. Zhao Hui's condition improved, which made Yu Shu's tense mood relax for a month. However, the pressure was still there. It was a good time to spend money to relieve the pressure. After all, it was her own younger brother. No matter how much she spent, she wouldn't feel bad. In the following period of time, because Yu Xiaoxiu was shocked by the 50 taels of silver, Yu Shu ordered him to go to the back of the shop to change into a few sets of clothes. The shopkeeper was very kind and didn't pick on customers. When he saw that the 2 brothers weren't dressed well, but their clothes were clean, and that the older brother was very generous with his words, he treated them well. In any case, there weren't any customers in the morning, so he treated them well. Yu Xiaoxiu went in to change again. When he came out, Yu Shu was chatting with the innkeeper. When she saw him, her eyes lit up. She grinned and nodded. Good, good. You look good this way. Yu Xiaoxiu's face was a little red. He stood awkwardly in front of the bronze mirror. When he saw Yu Shu looking at him, he straightened his back. His hair was tightly tied up by the tailor and neatly tied with a few circles of silk ribbons. He was wearing a round-neck silk robe that fit his slim waist and covered his knees. The lower half of his snow-white lantern pants was exposed, and the other end was tightly tucked into the black boots that he had temporarily changed into. He looked very spirited. During this period of time, when Yu Xiaoxiu was recuperating with Zhao Hui, Yu Shu fed him a lot of oil. His face was rounder and his skin whiter. His eyes were big, and his facial features were delicate. He was gentle and quiet, so people always thought he was easy to bully. Clothes make the man, and horses make the saddle make the man. With this set of clothes, anyone would think he was a young master from a scholarly family. Young master is born handsome, so you should dress like this. Seeing this, the shopkeeper changed his words. After asking the tailor if the length was suitable, he said to Yu Shu, "Young master, what do you think? I'll take this outfit. I'll also take a good belt and those boots." Yu Shu said straightforwardly. Just now, she had chatted with the shopkeeper. This set of clothes cost about 2 taels of silver, which wasn't too expensive. Yu Xiaoxiu's eyes widened. What? You don't like this set of clothes? Do you like the other set? Yu Shu turned her head to the shopkeeper and said, "Then give me the other 2 sets as well. I'll pay for them together with this set of clothes." "Okay," the shopkeeper replied with a smile, "that's a total of 3 taels." Yu Xiaoxiu was dumbfounded. Seeing Yu Shu's playful eyes, he hurriedly said, Just this set of clothes is fine. Just this set of clothes. I like it very much." Yu Shu chuckled. She took out a heavy silver ingot from her bosom and put it on the counter. She said to the shopkeeper, "Then I'll take this set of clothes. Also, according to the tailor's figure, make me 2 sets of inner clothes. I'll come back in a few days to collect them." The shopkeeper looked at the silver ingot in his hand and said with a smile, "Young master, are you not going to see if there is anything that suits you?" Yu Shu shook her head. "Another day." Seeing this, the shopkeeper tactfully stopped promoting and opened the shop early in the morning. This was a good sign. Although Yu Shu only took a set of clothes in the end, the satin of the inner clothes was not cheap. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.